Guess we can begin. Mauri, Ali, Yokwe, Mogitin, Kaselelia, Kamoral, Lenwo, Rananim, Tiruwami, Hafide, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished guests, community leaders, and citizens of the Commonwealth, both present and watching from remote areas. Welcome to the Hibiscus Hall of the Crown Plaza Resort here in Garapan, Saipan. I am LJ Kashtu, your Master of Ceremonies for today's proceedings. We gather today to officially convene the 42nd General Assembly of the Association of Pacific Island Legislatures. Throughout the next 2 days, legislators and parliament members from throughout the Pacific have assembled to discuss the issues important to their constituents and our region, under the theme Economic Development, Strengthening Local Economies, Health, and Welfare throughout the Blue Continent. On behalf of the APIO Board of Directors, led by our very own Speaker of the House, the Honorable Edmund S. Villagomez, and the association's members, we thank you for your presence here today. At this time, please rise as we call upon the color guard of the CNMI Department of Public Safety for the presentation and posting of the colors. And to honor America and our Commonwealth with the singing of the anthems, please welcome the renowned DPS Blues. Thank you, officers. And also a very big thank you to Commissioner Macaranas for allowing the Department of Public Safety to honor us with their singing as well as posting of the colors. Please remain standing as we call upon to invoke the blessings of our ancestors on this occasion from Marianas High School, this year's recipient of the Governor's Humanities Award for the Preservation of Traditional Cultural Practices, the Poksai Chamorro Club, assisted by Guma Simizan Mananata.
Liut farolum kakandanya manyeluta tausai galari zata gosari nalata.
Umukuni kulu gininsan haza. Umukuni kulu gininsan lagu.
Mandanya ianiten itau tau ta.
Pomaes gayun mo na italonta. Sayan mommy tolong. Sayan mommy
Bulan
es gayun mo
Saira Bahasi, Poksai Chamorro, Nguma Simizan Manenata. At this point in time, we'd like to call upon to deliver the invocation His Excellency, the Most Reverend Romeo D. Convacar, Bishop of the Diocese of Chalancanoa.
Let us recognize the most holy presence of the living God. We are gathered in His name, the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Almighty, ever-living God, you are the source of all wisdom, justice, and peace. We are gathered before you today as leaders and public servants from across the Pacific Islands, grateful for the blessings you have bestowed upon our nations and peoples. Look with favor, Lord, upon this assembly of legislators. Send forth your Spirit to enlighten minds, to purify intentions, and to strengthen resolve to serve with integrity, compassion, and wisdom. Grant the grace to be instruments of your will, defenders of every human person, guardians of creation and environment you have entrusted to our care, builders of unity in the face of division, instruments of progress. Through the intercession of the Blessed Virgin Mary, Star of the Sea, Patroness of the Islands, may this gathering be fruitful, guided by charity, marked by a deep concern for the common good. All this we ask through Christ our Lord, the Father, and the Son, the Holy Spirit.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. You may now take your seats. I know before the beginning of today's program, a couple of our APIO directors from Guam had to take the opportunity to have a picture with our bishop. It wasn't too long ago, he was actually their apostolic administrator when our bishop from here became their archbishop and vice versa. So Bishop Convacar, I hope you got a good chance to break bread and touch bases with Senator Taitagui and Senator Terlai. Once again, good morning to everybody here. This is the opening ceremony of the 42nd General Assembly of the Association of Pacific Island Legislatures. And now that we got those formal parts down, want to take the time to recognize our distinguished nations that are present here this morning. I do apologize to the Secretariat. I might go out of line based off how the flags are placed on our official media. I want to take the opportunity to recognize those nations in as best of an order as we can. So first and foremost, we want to recognize I believe our largest delegation that came for this assembly from the Federated States of Micronesia. Want to say Afade and Tiro to our delegates from Chuk, 17 members strong, as well as to the delegates from the state of Koshrai, our delegates from the state of Pohnpei, and last but not least, our delegates from the state of Yap, Federated States of Micronesia. Also want to take the opportunity to recognize the members who didn't have to travel too far from here, about 20 minutes north from Hagatnya, our delegates and directors from the island of Guam, Afade, or Mananap Sizus. Also want to take the time to recognize our delegates from the Republic of the Marshall Islands that are here with us this morning. We do have our delegation from the Republic of Palau, and they're definitely energized. They were energized last night during the banquet. They're just as energized for these 2 days this morning. as well as from the Republic of Kiribati. In a special way, too, we want to recognize the other nations who might not be here in body but are with us in spirit. That is the territory of American Samoa, the state of Hawaii, and the Republic of Nauru. So these are the nations that comprise the Association of Pacific Island Legislatures, here to do the good work for you and network and collaborate on ideas, hopefully to improve the quality of life throughout the Pacific. Okay, now time to get back on program. To deliver the opening remarks this morning, we call to the podium an esteemed public servant of our islands, a proud military man who also did his part in recruiting our young men and women to serve in the United States Army, a 5-term member of the House of Representatives, a 2-time mayor of Saipan, and the 12th elected lieutenant governor of our Commonwealth. He now sits before us here this morning as our Commonwealth's 11th governor. It's with great honor that we bring to the podium to give his opening remarks the Honorable David Mundu Apatang, Governor of the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands.
Thank you, Adrian, but he didn't mention our representative from the Northern Marianas this morning. Welcome, Cinema Legislature. Hapaday, good morning, buenos dias, and tiro. Lieutenant Governor Mendiola and I, along with the wonderful people of the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, we welcome you to the Northern Mariana Islands and welcome you to the island of Saipan. Represented in this year's 42nd General Assembly of the Association of Pacific Island Legislatures and 65th Board of Directors meeting are 12 island governments. Many of you will take this assembly as a moment to reacquaint with old colleagues and meet new ones. I am sure for some of you, the Northern Mariana Islands is also home away from home, as I suspect you have families living here. I cannot help but say that as individual legislators, your job allows for cordial agreements on whatever issue before you. But the job also allows for respectful disagreements, which I believe is entrenched in the norm that defines the work you are in. Whatever may come from your work this week, remember that in the end, we are still friends in search of what is good for those we promise to represent. Shake hands, hug, and move on. And love each other. As you focus on many tasks at hand in this General Assembly, I want to remind all of you that you should also be thinking about taking some time off to relax and enjoy our beautiful island of Saipan with your spouse, if they're here with you. And if you are traveling with your other half again, when you have time or time permits, please take time and fly over to Tinian. It's only about 10 to 15 minutes flight, and to our beautiful island of Rota, which is about 25 to 30 minutes flight. You can only say you visited and saw the Northern Mariana Islands after you have seen all the main islands of Saipan, Tinian, and Rota. Once again, Apare and Tiro, and welcome to the Northern Mariana Islands. As I look out towards the audience, there's a lot of our friends from all over the islands. I want to thank you for traveling all this way to join us on this very important assembly. I've been a member of APIO in the past, many, many years ago. I'm not really that old, but I still believe I'm young. But while we have all the minds here together, I want to ask you to let's work hard, put our minds together and see what we can come up with to help each other out. I know that we all have the same issues. I know every time we meet, we talk about certain issues. And there's a lot of issues that we need to discuss that pertains our island communities. So please, let's do that today. I will be waiting for the speaker to send me a copy of all the discussion and see what we can do here to improve our economy. You know, we're all sharing the same issues. The economy here is not really good. And thank you for visiting us. We count you as a tourist. And please spend all your money here before you leave. We need all the help. Again, thank you very much. Welcome to our beautiful Commonwealth. And it's always a pleasure to meet you guys. Si Zeus Masi, and happy day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Governor. And the reason why I didn't mention the Northern Marianas in that roll call is because I wanted to give that honor to you. So, going back to that, last but certainly not least, let's welcome our host nation and their delegates from the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands. Being represented at the table here by both houses of the legislature with the guys of Senator Jude Hofschneider from the 2nd Senatorial District of Tinian and Aguiguan, and from Election District 3 from the House of Representatives, Representative Denita Yangtamay. I just had to make sure that I also included that after the governor introduced you, because if I forgot to introduce the Northern Marianas, there's a good chance Senator Hofschneider's not going to give you the jars of doni he promised you after this is done. But once again, folks, those were wonderful words from our chief executive. At this time, we introduce our keynote speaker. Just like Governor Apatang, this individual is no stranger to the ranks of the APIL. Born and raised on the island of Saipan, he's the son of a former lawmaker who served in both the Trust Territory and Commonwealth governments, who, by the way, was also instrumental in drafting the very first version of our Commonwealth's Constitution. From a young age, he developed a passion for community service and public policy, both as a church minister and as one of the first elected members of the CNMI Youth Congress. After receiving an associate's degree from the Northern Marianas College, he moved to Hawaii, where along with continuing his education at the University of Hawaii, Manoa, he also continued assisting our people far from home as head of the Marianas Hawaii Liaison Office, servicing those on medical referral to hospitals in the Aloha State. While there, he also enlisted and served as a proud member of the Hawaii Army National Guard. Upon returning home in 2010, he worked as Special Assistant for Communications and Protocol under Governors Benigno Fitiao and the late Eloy Inos. His time in the executive branch continued in 2019, serving as Chief of Staff under Governor Ralph Torres. In 2014, 2016, and 2020, he was elected to serve his home district as a member of the House of Representatives in the Northern Marianas Commonwealth Legislature, where he served as chairman of the Committees on Federal and Foreign Affairs, Ways and Means, and as minority leader, among other duties. His work experience in the central government spans over 2 decades in agencies such as the Department of Labor and Immigration, and most recently as Administrative Services Head of the DCCA Nutrition Assistance Program. His experience in intergovernmental networking includes serving as a panel member for the Commonwealth's team during the Section 902 consultations with the White House, and recently as Legislative Director for the office of Congresswoman Kimberlyn King Hines. Along with being a businessman, he is also a loving husband, father, and most recently, a grandfather, as well as a passionate defender of all the things that make our Commonwealth good. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting the 42nd APIL General Assembly's keynote speaker, the current Deputy Assistant Secretary for Insular and International Affairs under the U.S. Department of Interior, the Honorable Angel Aldan de Mapan.
Afade and Tiro to our distinguished legislators, leaders, and friends. It is a true honor to speak to you today, although virtually, at this 42nd General Assembly of the Association of Pacific Island Legislatures. On behalf of the U.S. Department of the Interior's Office of Insular and International Affairs, I extend our respects, greetings, and deep sense of gratitude for the work you do every day to strengthen your communities and our shared blue continent. I also want to recognize the leadership of APIL. For over 4 decades, you have carried the voice of island communities with unity and purpose. That voice has never been more important than it is today. The theme of this year's gathering, economic development, strengthening local economies, health, and welfare throughout the blue continent, reminds us that we are not just talking about numbers on a balance sheet or statistics in a report. It reminds us that we're talking about families being able to put food on the table, about young people having opportunities to build their future at home, not having to leave the islands in search of work or education. We're talking about elders who deserve dignity, care, and respect after a lifetime of service to their communities. Economic development is not abstract. It is about people. It is about hope. And in the Pacific, it is about culture, land, and ocean, the foundation of our identity and belonging. Our islands may be small in size, but our challenges are vast. Our remote geographies make trade and supply chains fragile, and health systems are stretched thin by pandemics and chronic disease. But let me say this, the Pacific has never been defined by its challenges. It has always been defined by its strength, by the resilience of our people, by the strength of our fellow islanders. I have seen that strength in the farmers who coax life out of volcanic soil. I have seen it in the fishers who rise before dawn to provide for their families. And I have seen it in the young leaders who bring technology, innovation, and fresh ideas back to their home islands, determined to build a better future. The United States is a proud partner in this journey. Our compacts of free association with the Federated States of Micronesia, the Republic of Palau, and the Republic of the Marshall Islands are not just mere agreements. They are living symbols of friendship, trust, and shared destiny. And our support to the U.S. territories of the CNMI, Guam, American Samoa, and the U.S. Virgin Islands also reflect those enduring ties. Through the Office of Insular and International Affairs, we are committed to helping strengthen infrastructure, expand educational opportunities, improve healthcare systems, and support good governance. But most importantly, we are here to listen, to walk alongside you, not ahead of you, as we chart a way forward. When we look at strengthening local economies across our blue continent, I believe 3 pathways shine brightest. First, investing in people. Every island's greatest resource is its people. Education, health, and leadership development are the foundation for everything else to follow. Second, building resilient economies. Tourism and fisheries will always matter, but new opportunities in digital connectivity and sustainable industries can bring resilience and independence. Third, honoring culture and environment. The Pacific's identity is rooted in land, ocean, and tradition. Protecting these is not separate from development. It is essential to it. You, my dear friends, as legislators, carry a sacred responsibility. The decisions you make ripple across from generations to generations. You have the power to shape whether a young student feels that his or her dreams can be realized at home. You decide whether a community has the resources to rebuild after a storm. You decide how cultural traditions and natural resources are safeguarded for the future. And when you come together, as you are doing this week, you remind the world that the Pacific is not just a small place. It is a vast ocean continent with a united and strong voice. My friends, the measure of economic development is not the size of a nation's GDP. It is whether parents can see their children thriving. It is whether elders are cared for. It is whether young people can imagine their future, not in exile, but at home, on their islands, among their people. That is the promise of this blue continent. And so as you deliberate and share ideas during this General Assembly, know that the United States stands with you. We are committed to listening, learning, and working alongside you to build stronger economies, healthier communities, and a more hopeful Pacific future. Together, let us strengthen not only our economies, but the very bonds that make us one, the very bonds that define us as a Pacific family. And because I've been blessed to have been born and raised in the Northern Mariana Islands, I also want to take this time to welcome all of our visiting legislators and delegates, friends and family, to my home island of Saipan, to my home Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands. I wish you all a great stay and a great visit, and I'm confident that our APIO president, our very own Speaker of the House, and his delegation and his team will make sure that this is a memorable General Assembly and a great stay for everyone. Thank you. Sizu Sumasi, then Olomore.
Thank you very much, Secretary Demapan, for those words of encouragement and absolutely words of inspiration as well. Before we call on our the next part of our program, I want to take the time to recognize a very special individual who made his way into the Hibiscus Hall not too long ago. He is the incumbent Mayor of Saipan, the Honorable Ramon Blas Camacho. Who we will recognize when he comes back from being in this post. All right, over time, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Honorable Mayor of the Municipality of Saipan, Ramon Blas Camacho. Who, members, if you get the chance to sit down and talk to him a little bit, he will tell you that his clean village, safe community, safe island mantra kind of fits in with your theme of strengthening health and welfare throughout the blue continent. So thank you for your attendance here, Mayor Camacho. At this point in time, we'd like to ask you guys to please rise once again. I know probably still aching from earlier, but hey, let's get those stretching out. As we bring back Bishop Convicart to deliver the benediction for this morning's opening ceremony.
We continue to recognize the most holy presence of the loving Father. God Almighty, we continue to raise hearts in thanksgiving to you. We thank you for the gifts of listening, dialogue, the spirit of collaboration, and the dedication of each leader present here. Bless, Lord, the decisions that will be made in this assembly. May they bear fruit of justice, peace, and development for our peoples. Continue to guide our legislators in the path of righteousness and truth. Let their service be a reflection of your divine love and mercy. And may Almighty God bless this assembly, the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you very much, Bishop Romy. At this point in time, feel free to take your seats once again. I believe at this point we will be taking our first break of the day. We will proceed with the rest of our order of business when we return from our brief respite. Feel free to use the restroom. Help yourselves to refreshments while we get the next item of our order of business in tow. We'd also like to ask for the members to assemble for an official group photo while we are on recess. Thank you very much. from recess. And it is with deep humility and great privilege that we turn over the proceedings to the President of the APIL, the Honorable Edmund S. Villagomez, to officially bring this 42nd General Assembly of the Association of Pacific Island Legislatures to order. Mr. President, please.
Thank you, MC. Let's give a round of applause to LJ Castro again. Half a day, Lesor Mamai, Fai Show, good morning, and once again, welcome, and thank you for sailing this way as we gather to share ideas, to also debate, and and also to come up with solutions, not only for our own individual respective countries, but also for the region. And with that, I'd like to call this 42nd General Assembly of the Association of Pacific Island Legislatures to order. Please let us all rise for a moment of silence. Thank you, everyone. I would now like to recognize the Secretary to please call the roll call.
Thank you, Mr. President. American Samoa, Commonwealth of the Northern Marianas Island, FSM State of Chuuk, FSM State of Kosrae,
Present.
FSM State of Pohnpei,
Present.
FSM State of Yap,
Mogothin.
Island of Guam,
Hafade, present.
Republic of Kiribati,
Maori, present.
Republic of the Marshall Island,
Yahweh, over here.
Republic of Nauru, Republic of Palau,
Oi.
State of Hawaii. Mr. President, you have 9 members entities present.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and with 9 present, that constitutes a quorum to move forward with our General Assembly meeting. We now move to the next item of the agenda, the opening remarks and country reports by member delegations. And I know I usually start from my left, but now I would like to start on my right and proceed all the way down the table. So the Republic of the Marshall Islands, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. Kumaldada. First and foremost, I wish to give thanks to our most gracious Father for the many good things that He has blessed us and continues to bless us with. Honorable President, fellow officers, distinguished members of the Parliament, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor to extend warm greetings from the Parliament and the people of the Marshall Islands to this distinguished gathering of the Association of the Pacific Island Legislature. On behalf of my delegation, I wish to sincerely thank Honorable Speaker Edmund Villagomez, Senate President King Neighbors, members of the CNMI Legislature, Governor Abatang, Lieutenant Governor Mandiola, and the people of the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands for their exceptional hospitality in hosting this year's Board of Directors meeting and General Assembly. I am joined by my dedicated team from the Marshall Islands, whose presence reflects our Parliament's deep commitment to regional cooperation and meaningful engagement with APIL. They include Senator Wilbur Heine, Chairman for the Committee on Health, Education and Social Affairs, Senator Jack Edding, Chairman for the Committee on Appropriation, Senator David Anidok, who is chairing the newly created Committee on Nuclear and Climate Change. We are also joined by our Legislative Counsel, Joe Lamai, and Chief Administrative Officer, Mrs. Gina Abu, and of course, by my partner in life and purpose, my loyal, beautiful wife. Can you please stand? Yes, she is my better half. Their participation symbolizes our shared belief in the strength of Pacific unity and the importance of legislative partnership across our island nations. Mr. President, this Assembly offers a timely opportunity to reflect on how our national initiatives align with the mission of APIL to strengthen legislative capacity, promote regional cooperation, and support the economic and social well-being of our Pacific peoples. The theme of this year's Assembly, economic development, strengthening local economies, health, and welfare throughout the Blue Continent. Resonates deeply with our efforts to foster sustainable growth, improve welfare, and enhance regional solidarity. It reminds us that, that while our challenges are shared, our solutions become stronger when guided by mutual support and shared vision. In the Marshall Islands, our Nidijala has enacted a significant economic and fiscal reform package to address inflation and promote sustainable development. Excuse me. These include introduction of a Consumption Tax Act, Excise Tax Act, and net private tax. These are measures designed to strengthen revenue collection and promote fairness. At the same time, we have increased our minimum wage, which is currently at $4.50, and that will continue to increase next year to $5. At the same time, the Minimum Wage Act now exempts salaries of employees, government employees, and other employees who are making $8,200 and less. They are exempted from tax. This will increase purchasing power and stimulate local economic activity, improving welfare outcomes. These efforts reflect our enduring commitment to the well-being of our people, a goal that mirrors the very mission of APIL. We are especially grateful to the people of Palau for who graciously allow our delegation who visited Palau to observe their tax system. The insights we gained have been invaluable in shaping our reforms and underscore the importance of regional knowledge sharing, a principle that lies at the heart of APIL's work to strengthen legislative effectiveness throughout the Pacific. Parallel to our fiscal reforms, we are also investing heavily in infrastructure that strengthens resilience and improves the quality of life for our people. These key projects include 2 new hospitals, which will cost us about 100+ million, and a building of a major water reservoir. Although limited cash on hand has presented challenges in funding both hospitals, we are grateful to the Asian Development Bank and the World Bank for providing upfront financing under our 20-year U.S. combat funding arrangement, an arrangement that has been endorsed by the United States government and the World Bank and ADB. Their partnership reflects the strong international confidence in our development vision. Another major undertaking is the construction of our new Nidisala building, which we anticipate completing by August next year's session. Upon its completion, we look forward to extending formal invitation to our APIL colleagues and Pacific brothers and sisters to join us in the Marshall Islands for the grand opening. A moment that will symbolize not only our national renewal, but also the enduring spirit of Pacific unity. In addition, our government is taking concrete steps to strengthen inter-island transportation and improve access to essential services. Through a combination of loan and grants, 2 from the International Cooperation Development Fund of the ROC Taiwan and 1 from the United States, we are acquiring 3 new Cessna aircrafts. 2 of these planes are scheduled to arrive by the end of this year, with the 3rd expected next year. Complementing this initiative, the government will begin paving 4 to 6 airstrips on a selected basis each year to ensure safer flights and more reliable delivery of healthcare, education, and other public services. These developments directly advance this Assembly's theme by strengthening local economies and improving welfare of our people across the Pacific. At the same time, we continue to confront workforce challenges, particularly the shortage of skilled labor resulting from more construction of infrastructure and the military buildup at KwaZulu Natal military base. To meet this need, we aim to reform, we aim to reform our National Training Council and expanding vocational and technical programs to equip Marshallese workers with the skills necessary to support national and regional development. Building capacity among our people reinforces our resilience and self-reliance, key pillars of sustainable progress for all Pacific communities. I would also like to express our sincere appreciation to APIL for its continued support, particularly for adopting the RMI-sponsored changed circumstances petition during our meeting in Majuro. The government is preparing to submit or resubmit this petition to the United States Congress and we deeply value API's solidarity as we advance this important national and regional. I say regional because the testing program also affected other islands in Micronesia. Mr. President, fellow officers, distinguished colleagues, the Marshall Islands' efforts, from economic and fiscal reforms to infrastructure, health, workforce development, and regional cooperation, reflect our nation's commitment to resilience, prosperity, and shared growth. By aligning our initiatives with APL's mission and this Assembly's theme, we demonstrate our national progress strengthens the collective advancement of our Pacific peoples. On behalf of my delegation, the Nidizela and the people of the Marshall Islands, I reaffirm our unwavering commitment to API's mission, to regional partnership, and to shared prosperity of our blue continent. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Komoltata, Marshall Islands. We now proceed to the Republic of Palau.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. President Edmund Espila Gomez, Secretary Victor Bamok, honorable colleagues and friends from across the Pacific. Ali, and good morning. On behalf of the Palau delegation, I bring you warm greetings and sincere appreciation for this opportunity to gather once again as members of the APIL. We especially thank the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands for their hospitality in hosting the 42nd General Assembly, providing a welcoming space to meet and share and learn from one another. So for our country reports, I'm going to have my colleague, Senator and Pedro. Palau just had a recent change in with the number of the senators. So the last election, they increased the number from 13 to 15. So Senator Pedro is one of the new senators who came in. So now the Senate has 15 members. She used to be a clerk of the Senate and then decided to run for the Senate. Palau, the Senate is elected nationwide, just like the President and the Vice President. So so now Senate has 2 women senators. She's a new one, so we have 2 now. So I'm going to have her deliver the country report, Mr. President. So if you let me, I yield the floor to Senator Pedro.
Will Tutao. Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, and esteemed members of APIL. It is both an honor and a privilege to be here this morning. Having served as a staff in the Senate for many years, and now a senator, it was one of the best decisions I made. And I think all of us here, we all want to do things that help and will strengthen anything that will assist the citizens of our countries. So with no further ado, I would like to go ahead and then read the report for the Republic of Palau. The 12th Olbiraklulaw has been instrumental in helping the Republic progress and continue its work on environmental protection and overall health and well-being of the country including social and economic development. Palau continues to seek sustainable pathways to strengthen its economy, improve public health, and enhance the welfare of the people. This report highlights Palau's current economic landscape, social well-being, and strategic efforts for inclusive and resilient growth in alignment with the theme, economic development, strengthening local economies, health and welfare through the Blue Continent. For the economic context, Palau's economy is mostly service-oriented, with tourism serving as the foundation. The country's pristine coral reefs, diverse marine life, and world-class diving sites make it a premier destination for international tourists, forming the backbone of the local economy. Complementing tourism, subsistence agriculture, and nearshore fisheries continue to support local livelihoods, provide food security, and sustain traditional practices though their contribution to national revenue remains limited. Development assistance, particularly from the United States, under the Compact of Free Association, remains a critical component of Palau's fiscal framework, funding both government operations and key public services. After the significant economic shock caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, Asian development outlook for Palau shows that the economy is rebounding, with GDP growth at 6.6% in 2024 and 8.2% for 2025, and with forecasted GDP growth at 3.9% in 2026 as the rebound stabilizes and long-term trends resume. This is driven largely by the resurgence of tourism and related services industries. The Asian Development Bank also reports that domestic consumption and employment are recovering steadily, though full pre-pandemic levels of activity are still being restored. The construction sector is recovering steadily, and new public infrastructure projects are contributing to economic growth. In addition, ongoing investments in sustainable tourism fisheries and marine-based enterprises aim to diversify income streams and reduce dependence on imported goods and external assistance. Palau's economic structure faces several challenges typical of small island developing states. These include a small economic base, limited natural resources, small population size, heavy reliance on import, and susceptibility to external shocks such as global market fluctuations, inflation, pandemics, and natural disasters. The service-heavy economy also creates vulnerabilities related to employment and the unpredictability of the tourism market. In response, the government has been actively pursuing policies to strengthen and diversify the economy. This is evident investments in communications and digital infrastructures that opens opportunities for remote work, e-commerce, and virtual tourism. However, a persistent structural challenge constraining Palau's economic potential is out-migration. Many Palauans, particularly younger generations, continue to leave the country in search of higher education, more career opportunities, and improved living standards abroad, primarily in the United States. This ongoing trend erodes the domestic labor force, limits the availability of skilled workers, and places additional strain on essential public services such as healthcare and education. Moreover, the resulting population decline reduces the consumer base, affecting local demand and private sector growth. Addressing this issue through targeted workforce development, retention strategies, and the creation of high-quality employment opportunities will be vital to sustaining economic momentum and achieving long-term resilience. The rising cost of fuel across the Pacific remains another critical concern, exerting direct pressure on Palau's economy. As a heavily import-dependent nation, fluctuations in global oil prices increase the cost of transportation, electricity, and imported goods, placing a financial strain on households, businesses, and government operations. These rising energy costs also affect the tourism sector and hinder efforts to expand local industries. In response, Palau is accelerating investments in renewable energy and energy efficiency initiatives to reduce long-term dependence on imported fossil fuels and enhance economic resilience. In sum, while Palau's economy is recovering strongly and shows promising growth potential, continued efforts towards diversification, human capital development, and sustainable management of marine and terrestrial resources are essential for building resilience, creating inclusive economic opportunities, and ensuring long-term prosperity. Palau continues to prioritize the health and welfare of its citizens. The nation faces an increasing prevalence of non-communicable diseases, NCDs, such as diabetes, heart disease, and obesity, which are linked to shifts in diet, lifestyle, and reliance on imported foods. The 2023 Hybrid Health Assessment Survey conducted by the Pacific Island Health Officers Association revealed elevated risk factors across all adult age groups, underscoring the need for strengthened preventative health programs and community outreach. Palau's population is also aging, requiring expanded social services and healthcare systems to ensure inclusive well-being. The Palau National Health Insurance continues to provide essential coverage for citizens, facilitating access to healthcare. Additionally, the nation maintains a reliance on the medical referral program, which enables patients to receive specialized treatment abroad when local capacity and facilities cannot provide the required care. To supplement the healthcare needs, Palau regularly brings in visiting medical specialists and is actively working to expand the capacity of its healthcare system, which includes infrastructure, equipment, and workforce development in order to provide more advanced care locally. An emerging concern is the rise in substance abuse, particularly methamphetamine use, which poses serious risk to public health and safety. The growing number of drug-related cases has placed an additional pressure on healthcare services and exposed significant gaps in mental health care, and the ability of addiction treatment infrastructure. In response, the government has begun integrating substance abuse prevention and rehabilitation programs into its public health agenda, alongside efforts to strengthen law enforcement and collaborate across agencies. Addressing substance abuse has become a critical component of Palau's broader health and welfare strategy. In 2025, the Ministry of Health and Human Services launched the Postgraduate Diploma in Applied Epidemiology program, training local health professionals in advanced epidemiological skills to enhance disease surveillance and response efforts in the region. Additionally, the MHHS continue to strengthen its emergency preparedness and response capabilities. In June 2025, the ministry finalized its medical coverage plan and activated its emergency response operation to ensure comprehensive health services during the Pacific mini-games. Excuse me. The 2023-24 household income and expenditure survey revealed disparities in income and consumption between urban and rural states, but also reaffirmed the importance of traditional community support networks in maintaining social stability and welfare. This finding formed the basis for policy decisions that promote balanced and inclusive growth across all communities, linking health services, social programs, and economic initiatives to strengthen overall well-being. Linking economy, health, and welfare. Economic progress, health, and welfare are deeply intertwined in Palau's development approach. Community-based health promotion programs are now being integrated with local food production initiatives to strengthen both nutrition and household income. A prime example of this integrated approach is the ADB-supported project titled COVID-19 Response for Affected Poor and Vulnerable Groups. Under the food security and income generation component of the project, the Bureau of Agriculture, together with other partners, supports small-scale agricultural producers, particularly women groups on the island of Babeldaw, to expand taro cacao production on dry land, adopt improved business practices, and access value-added processing. For instance, seed grants of 10,000 each were awarded to women's farming associations across Aymali, Ngiwal, Malacayoc, SR, and IRI to boost taro farming and processing capacity. The initiative seeks to foster local food self-sufficiency, increase incomes, and strengthen community resilience through agriculture. In addition, Palau's traditional systems of extended family support, communal cooperation, respect for elders continue to provide a strong social safety net that complements formal government programs. Strengthening these cultural assets is essential in sustaining both physical and social health across generations. The strategic directions to strengthen local economies and improve health and welfare through the Blue Continent, Palau has identified several key strategic directions. It's the last page. So number one, diversify the economy through sustainable ocean-based industries, aquaculture, and community enterprises. Number two, to promote inclusive health and welfare systems by linking to nutrition and modern healthcare. Number three is to protect marine ecosystem and integrate conservation. Number four is to enhance partnerships between national and state governments, private sectors, and the community. Number five is to ensure equitable development across all states. These priorities align with Palau's long-term vision for sustainable development. The recent national initiatives and achievements, most recently, Palau successfully hosted the Pacific Mini Games, welcoming over 2,000 athletes from 24 nations to compete across a diverse range of sports. This event showcased Palau's capacity to host major regional events and strengthen relations across the Pacific. In the area of tourism, the Ministry of Human Resources, Commerce, Trade, and Development officially launched Palau's Sustainable Tourism Strategy 2025 to 2028, designed to balance environmental protection with tourism growth. Palau also signed a memorandum of understanding with the Scuba Burst to launch virtual tourism that promotes marine conservation and enables promote engagement with its underwater attractions. On the international and security front, Palau continues to deepen its partnership with the United States as plans move forward to upgrade Palau's main harbor and establish a logistic hub to support regional maritime operations. These developments strengthen regional security and underscore Palau's strategic importance within the Pacific. Palau marked a milestone with the adoption of its first ever national employment policy in March 2025. This policy aims to promote decent work, skills development, and more equitable labor markets, reflecting collaboration across government and the private sector. Additionally, the government renewed its partnership with Conservation International, reinforcing the Blue Prosperity Plan through sustainable fisheries management and marine protection. Finally, the Old Birak Lulau passed the Continuing Budget Act, avoiding government shutdown and ensuring continuity of public services. In conclusion, Palau remains committed to building a resilient and inclusive future grounded in the sustainable management of our blue continent. Recent achievements, including the Pacific Mini Games and new national policies, showcase our progress in diversifying the economy, strengthening health systems, and protecting the environment. Moving forward, we will continue to prioritize sustainable ocean industries, equitable welfare, and strong partnerships to ensure long-term prosperity for all Palauans. Thank you so much for the opportunity. And I know it's my first year, so maybe in the next 3 years I will be able to just make it shorter. Thank you so much. That's all we have.
Ms. Sulang, Republic of Palau, and thank you for sharing your country report. We proceed down the table to the Republic of Kiribati.
Mr. President, esteemed Board of Directors, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and kamnapanani Maori.
Maori.
It is a great honor to address this distinguished gathering at the 42nd General Assembly of the Association of the Pacific Islands Legislatures here in beautiful Saipan. I extend warm greetings to all and express our deep appreciation to the APIL leadership for their unwavering commitment to unity and cooperation across our Micronesian community. APIL continues to serve as a vital platform for dialogue, partnership, and collective action on key regional priorities, from climate resilience and sustainable development to democratic governance and social well-being. As legislators, our shared mission is to build resilient, inclusive, and forward-looking societies. Though we face common challenges, through solidarity and collaboration, we can transform them into opportunities for lasting progress. Mr. President, in May of last year, our Manebe Mangotapu completed its 4th year term, leading to national elections in August of the same year. All 44 seats of the Manebe Mangotapu were contested through direct voting, with a notably high turnout. Approximately 87% of the 52,941 registered voters participated. The new Manebe Mangotapu reflects meaningful change. 5 women were elected, the highest number to date. 17 new members joined, 14 incumbents lost their seats, and 27 were re-elected. Mr. President, with the 5 female elected members, One of them is the leader of the opposition party now. One of them is elected deputy speaker. Two holds ministerial portfolios, and one is the wife of a sitting member of the Manebane Maungatap, but representing a different constituency. Mr. President, Kiribati participated in the first ever Micronesian beauty contest hosted by Nauru, and we are happy to have us and our brothers and sisters from the Marshall Islands participating in that, and we hope that this event will continue and will progress to the other part of Micronesia. Mr. President, in line with the theme of this conference, I would like to highlight several key initiatives by the government of Kiribati aimed at strengthening local economies and improving the well-being of our people. A major focus is expanded access to foreign labor markets. We are enhancing training programs and standards of institutions such as the Marine Training Center, the Kiribati Institute of Technology, and the Kiribati School of Nursing to equip our workforce with internationally cooperative skills. In parallel, we are increasing participation in regional seasonal workers program, including the new opportunities in health and aged care to boost employment and income for Kiribati workers. Supporting these efforts is our commitment to infrastructure development. Timely progress in road, aviation, and telecommunications is essential to improve connectivity and driving inclusive economic growth. At the same time, we remain focused on preserving livelihoods in our outer islands by promoting sustainable development that respects traditional ways of life. To ensure these initiatives are effective, we are strengthening coordination with development partners and streamlining government processes to reduce administrative burdens and improve service delivery. Mr. President, before I close, I wish to sincerely thank the President and all APL members for dedicated service and leadership. Your commitment continues to keep APIL strong and united. As we convene for the 42nd General Assembly, I am confident that our discussion will lead to meaningful progress for our island nations. Let us be united in a purpose and vision. Finally, my heartfelt thanks to all delegates, staff, and partners who made this gathering possible. May APIL continue to grow and serve our Micronesian family with pride. Kambesindapa, thank you very much, and I bestow the Kiribati traditional way of blessings of Te Maori, health, Te Rai, peace, Te Tapumoa, prosperity, and God bless us all. Thank you, Mr. President.
Koraboa, thank you, Kiribati. We now proceed to the island of Guam.
Buenas, Zanhafade, Mr. President, and distinguished colleagues and delegates. My name is Senator Telo Taitigui. I'm here representing our Speaker, Frank Bloss Jr. of the 38th Guam Legislature. And also here with me is our former Speaker and Senator and Vice Chair of Justice, Senator Therese Terlahi. Again, Hafaday and warm greetings to all distinguished members and associations of the Pacific Island legislatures. On behalf of the people of Guam, I extend my sincere appreciation and deepest gratitude to the people of the CNMI and to Governor D.M. Atapang and Lieutenant Governor Dennis James Mendiola for their generous hospitality in hosting the 42nd General Assembly. Though Guam is not a sovereign country and remains an unincorporated territory of the United States, it is governed under its own organic act with a locally elected legislature and governor. It is a privilege to join fellow Pacific Island legislatures in advancing dialogue on strengthening our local economies, improving public health, and enhancing the welfare of our communities across the Blue Continent. Over the past year, Guam's political economic focus has been threefold: achieve post-pandemic economic recovery, managing the new phase of the U.S. military buildup, and advancing healthcare modernization. These priorities reflect our commitment to resilience and self-sufficiency, aimed both at priority and challenge. Strengthening the local economy. Guam continues to its gradual recovery of the global pandemic. Despite increased tourism promotion and marketing investments, example, record high tourism budgets, free airfare for young tourists and other airlines, visitor arrivals remain approximately 55% below the 2019 levels. The island's economy, once heavily dependent on tourism, has been bolstered in the part of the U.S. Department of War's investment related to the military buildup. While these activities provide local employment and stimulate revenue and job opportunities, they also heighten demand on housing, utilities, transportation, consumer prices. More importantly, the buildup places significant strain on Guam's natural resources and fragile environment, affecting aquifer sustainability, coral reef systems, and waste management capacity. These pressures underscore the need for balanced development that protects Guam's environment, integrity, and cultural heritage. To ensure long-term economic sustainability, the government of Guam has prioritized diversification beyond tourism and defense. At the Guam Defense Forum, the Guam Additive Materials and Manufacturing Accelerator, GAMMA, initiative was highlighted. A partnership between the government of Guam, the University of Guam, the Guam Community College, Astro America, and the U.S. Department of War, GAMMA aims to promote workforce education, create high-skilled jobs, and reduce reliance on imported labor while supporting both national defense and local infrastructure development. Recognizing the growing prominence of artificial intelligence and cybersecurity, Guam has intensified efforts to build a future ready for workforce. Partnerships between the government of Guam, the Guam Chamber of Commerce, and private sector stakeholders are fostering training opportunities in technology, communications, and cybersecurity. Additional initiatives promote Guam as a Pacific hub for data connectivity, reliable renewable energy, and sustainable aquaculture, laying the foundation for a resilient, initiative-driven economy. Moving to healthcare modernization. Guam's healthcare system has faced persistent challenges, yet steady progress continues through the modernization, infrastructure investment, and regional partnerships. The 38th Guam Legislature has prioritized improving healthcare access and transparency by enacting oversight measures for major capital projects, including construction of a modern hospital and specialty care facilities. Efforts to expand telemedicine has accelerated through broadband expansion to remote villages, providing essential health care across underserved communities. The legislature has supported subsidized for telehealth equipment and training to ensure equitable health care delivery. Workforce development remains a top priority. Scholarships and licensing support are being offered for local nurses, medical technicians, and allied health professionals to ensure Guam's new and existing facilities are adequately staffed. Public-private collaborations are enhancing laboratory capacity, diagnostic services, and specialty care. Regionally, Governor Lourdes Leon Guerrero visit to Taiwan in May 2025 underscores Guam's intent to deepen cooperation in public health and medical training. The partnership with Cake Medicine of USCA continues to strengthen specialist care access and professional development for Guam's medical community. Next, advancing welfare and community well-being. Guam's commitment to community welfare has been enforced through targeted programs and partnerships designed to reach the island's most vulnerable population. The Department of Public Health and Social Services, through its Division of Public Welfare, is launching mobile health clinics in every village to provide immunization, behavioral health services, preventive care, and assistance with benefit applications. Governor Lou Leon Guerrero also joined 14 other U.S. governors in forming the Governor's Public Health Alliance, a collaboration aimed at strengthening state and territorial preparedness and public health response capacity. Despite the temporary disruption caused by the U.S. federal government shutdown, Guam continues to maintain core health and welfare operations, ensuring continuity of essential services such as nutrition programs and environmental protection initiatives. Guam legislature recognizes that modernization of healthcare infrastructure must be accompanied by equitable access to social services. By aligning local policies with regional priorities, Guam seeks to ensure that all residents, particularly those underserved in rural areas, benefit from these efforts. In light of the issues our people face, the Guam legislature has prioritized physical responsibility, digital infrastructure modernization, housing initiative and assistance program, and the expansion of modernization of our healthcare system. In closing, as Guam continues to navigate a period of change marked by new defense realities, technology, advancement, and public health challenges, our island remains steadfast in its dedication to progress rooted in resilience and unity. The initiative underway in economic diversification, healthcare modernization, and social welfare underscores our belief that prosperity and well-being must be shared by all. Guam stands ready to work alongside our Pacific brothers and sisters to build a more self-resilient, secure, and sustainable region. Together, we reaffirm our shared purpose to strengthen the blue continent for our people, our island, and our future. Sijus Maasi.
Sizus Maasi Guam will now go ahead and proceed to the FSM State of Yap.
Mr. President, before we proceed, could we just take a few minutes break?
Okay, short recess. before we went on recess, we were still under the opening remarks and country reports. And next on the list is the FSM State of Yap. Yap, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President and presiding officers of the APIL. Let me begin by introducing our delegation once again. On my left is the Chairman of R&D, Resources, Education and Development. And sitting with you, dear Mr. President, is our Chairman of Government Health and Welfare, Victor Bemo. And here at the back is our PERS, our Finance Chairman, Pius Telmesay. It is an honor and privilege of the 11th Legislature of Yap State. This is the first time in our history that we elected a female senator, Anna Marie Lamar. So and she is a vice chairman of Pius Telmesay, serving in the Finance Committee. We are the smallest among the FSM state. We have only 10 members, 3 committees: Finance, Resources, Education and Development, and Government Health and Welfare. Our Vice Speaker is serving in Finance Committee, that's Ted Rutun, and our floor leader is serving as a member under Victor Bemo at the Government Health and Welfare. It is, as I say, a great pleasure this is my second time, and I'm glad that we're going to be going to Kiribati next time around, hopefully going to Christmas Island. That's my first APIL meeting when I became a senator in the 9th Legislature of the state of Yap. And that's the only word that I learned is Maori. So again, thank you. Let me turn the floor to my chairman, who knows very much about the development within the state, education, and what's happening in our small state in Yap with a very meager resources, as you all know, that I mentioned in my previous speech. So thank you, Mr. President. Let me turn the floor to Chairman John Maffal.
Thank you, Speaker. And thank you, Mr. President, fellow members, Ali, Hafaday, Rananim, Kaselelia, Lenwo, Yokwe, Maurin, Mogithin. Yesterday, our speaker gave a little bit on our country report. I'm going to start with just a little bit of that and then go into some other areas. With the 11th Legislature, one of our first measures that we passed was an increase in our government employee minimum wage. It was for so long at $1.60, and we doubled it to $3.24. That we're proud of that, and we hope maybe in the 12th legislature to go back to that and think about that. Currently, we have quite a few projects either underway or in the planning stages. One that we're happy to see should finish completion by December is our Waliai, one of our furthest runways in the outer islands. The resurfacing of that airport is scheduled to complete by December of this year, 2025. So that's good. Just recently, we saw the engineer team from the People's Republic of China. Again, we're one of, FSM is in a unique position of partnership with the US and also with the PRC. So it's an interesting dynamic to have these two partners, and we're the little islands in the middle. Anyway, so the PRC, through our president, had pledged to each of the states a $20 million infrastructure package. For the state of Yap, when it was pledged to us, we wanted to complete our secondary roads and pave them, have them paved, so for our citizens. So that, I'm happy to see that the team has been out to Yap to have the initial surveys, engineering team. So I don't know exactly when shovels in the ground is going to start, but at least it's a start for that. As we all know in the region, our partner, the U.S., through the Department of War, is kind of their posture towards Asia. We are part of the second island chain. These islands here, with the focus on Guam, but the others around. So, obviously there's been movement in Tinian and in Palau. Yap and FSM held out for the longest time with the signing of the Operation Control Letter to allow the military to come in and start to begin work. It was almost a year before that Operation Control Letter was signed, about 9 months, I believe. So we're behind the others in the timeline of these projects. The plans for YAP as far as the DOD projects initially was just the airport as a divert field, I think just like with Tinian, but I guess the think tank or whoever at the DOD decided if you're in the region, might as well go for both, and just get everything done. So our dock, our main dock, is also part of that plans now. So the dock is going to be, the channel to it will be enlarged to be able to support the entrance of ship classes like the Destroyer class to come into our port. And between the dock to the airport, the road planned paving for that to the US standards. And then the airport, there will be lengthening and widening and a taxiway on the other side of it for bigger aircrafts and more aircrafts. That's their plans. And the other necessary infrastructure like life support area for troops during exercises. At this time, we're still in, we have a very rush window from our partner. They want to get things, even land acquisition, done in a 10-month period. Having landowners, understand the state of Yap, only 5% of property is owned by the government. The rest is all private. Even the water, the ocean is private. So there's a lot of negotiation, even to the agreed price per square meter. And we look to our partners in Palau and in CNMI, who are ahead of us in the process, to help shed some light on what they've accomplished they thought were good, and we could learn from that, or even things that, missteps, so we don't also duplicate those. So they've given us a 10-month window to get land acquisition done. And the state, I'm on the task force that's currently negotiating with the DOD team. And 10 months is fairly small window, but they rush because Indo-PACOM's budget is under Department of Defense's budget, and everybody wants to make sure their slice of that pie is secured. So we have also another issues with that is disagreements over designs. We're partners, but they came to us with their designs for what they want, and we're trying to input what we think would also serve our people. But it's very hard. It seems like you're trying to push a rock uphill when you're trying to negotiate. And that also brings in the fact that out of the FSM, Kosrae and Yap are the two smallest population-wise, and so we don't know how serious of a partner we are when we try to present things And then we see in the news that the Congress delegation by Senate Chairman of the Armed Services Committee, Roger Wicker, came, visited Hawaii, the military stuff there, Guam, the military stuff there, Tinian, military stuff there, Pilelio, military stuff there, Philippines, and then went on to Taiwan. Who's missing from this picture, who has something that's not yet inked, contracts and negotiations completed? We were. So things like this make me wonder if we're really on equal footing as far as negotiations. And I try to present those when we're dealing with our US partners. And then we read in the news things like issues with invasive species here with the tinian. That worries us. So while we're here, luckily our good friend Senator Hofsnyder has agreed to help us on Friday to visit Tinian so we can see what's going on and what we can learn, sort of fact-finding. So those are some of the issues, and for ourselves, besides the DOD, our biggest one is out-migration is a big issue, and I think it's for all of us. When we have men's work in the village, we're doing a men's house or something, the demographics is guys like me who are maybe 10, 11 months pregnant, and then very young high school age, and that middle age who can go up and do the climbing to fix the thatching in the roof, and they're all gone. So that's out-migration is one, of course. They're doing it for work. They're doing it for school. But another big part of our out-migration is for medical reasons. As in YAP, the last numbers I got regarding our people in Guam and other places for dialysis services is about, in Guam alone, I think close to 60. And if you take that 60 number of patients, you times it by 2 because they have a wife or a husband and a kid who also went along with them. It's quite a lot. It's quite a strain on families. So we don't have the services for the necessary health services. We would like those, and hopefully with some of the asks that we go with our partner, the US, during these projects, we can get some help with our hospitals, facilities, the infrastructure there. Those are some of the things we're trying to do. Obviously, for us in YAP, our biggest concern has been, always our concern is we have 2 passenger flights a week. That's it. I'm sure for our APIL, when you've been to YAP and you've seen, that's quite a strain on people, and especially the odd hours that you have to show up and the odd hours that you have to leave. Yes, it's quite a challenge, and it hurts us economically. And it makes things like this, why we're going to go to YAP when we have 2 days, but we have to spend a whole week there because there's no other flights. That's quite a challenge. So one thing that I've noticed personally, and I think if we all put our heads together, we can see this, is with the signing of these OCLs or with projects DOD happening, I noticed ransomware attacks are not that far behind. For us in YAP, as soon as our OCL was signed and the negotiations were going, our health services was hit with a ransomware attack. I think they're state-sponsored somewhere, and if you check the other places who have these things like Palau, I heard they were getting some ransomware attacks, maybe 2 or so in 1 year, and it was during these projects were going on. So that's something that I think maybe one of your other countries with the capabilities for cyber monitoring and things like this can notice those patterns. I'm sure here, I've heard that was also happening, just a little blurb in the news. Our friends in RMI, I'm sure it's continuous because of the continuous military presence there. Anyway, that's the current state. Now, one thing I noticed, I'm fairly new to the legislature. This is my 2nd term. But in my first term, when we had a chance to participate in the General Assembly in YAP, I wanted the issue of the RECA, the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act, that was introduced by Bush Sr. back in 1990. I think they're looking at the states in the US in compensation for people who have been exposed to radiation. But we're also a part of that. And our friends in the RMI, most especially, but I've even read and done some research, and it showed that in the 70s, the last nuclear test, that a day later, the Geiger counter could detect radiation in Guam. So we're downwind, all of us, and I'm sure we don't have the capacity for scientists to do long-term research on impacts, since the tides, currents, wind, they all flow this way for us as a people. Unfortunately, RECA was extended, but it ended in 2024. So we didn't really get we missed that train, that ship has sailed. And one other thing that, some of the other follow-ups, since we had resolutions like in Palau, the good senator from Guam, Telo, and I co-sponsored resolutions for our fellow, our respective countries to perhaps have their voices heard by Uncle Sam, to consider a VA regional office in Guam, like they have in the Philippines and they have in Hawaii, because we do have a lot of vets in the region. And I just wanted to touch base on that, see the follow-up, how are we doing with that? I know YAP has done a resolution with that and pushed it up to our national. And the last one, as we talk, and our theme this time is economic development. I think for us in YAP, as we have this DOD project going, there's a hard conversation that our leadership needs to have, our traditional and our elected leaders. Because right now, environmental-wise, we're here, very good, our environment is very good, but we want development, and right now it's maybe below the table. But to bring that up to where maybe we're happy with it, that other has to drop, right? You can't have development without some impacts on the environment. This thing with the DOD, we're so concerned where the airport is, because downhill is this estuary, our fish spawning grounds, because they're mangroves. So what level are we comfortable with as people, as islanders who depend so much on our water and our land for food? I hope, and I think my speaker supports it, and the chairman for our traditional councils, to get some kind of dialogue going together so that we can agree on what exactly it is that we would like to see happen, and to what level of comfort are we willing to let the DOD things and other planned development that we hope to have happen. One thing I noticed from our good friends from Palau yesterday and even today is part of the dialogue is fuel. Fuel, the price of fuel. Currently, FSM has the FSM PC, Petroleum Company. And we have, they're all represented in the 4 states, even our good friends in Kiribati. FSMPC is present in their country. But you know, we're talking about economic development and also cooperation in the blue continent. I think fuel might be one of the easiest things we can all agree to start with. There's other things, we all have our own respective challenges, but this one, to consider some kind of regional cooperation to where when we buy in bulk, and so we get discounts as a group instead of little peanuts here, peanuts there, you know. That seemed like maybe a positive place to start, for me, at least for me personally. I've rambled on. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for bearing with me. Thank you.
Kamagar, yeah. We'll now proceed to Pohnpei.
Iyang Okasilelia Mainko. Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning to you all.
Morning.
Before I say more, please allow me to extend our humble respect, our most respect to Bishop Diocese of Chalan Kano, Most Reverend Romeo T. Kanfokar, TD. Most respect to the Governor of the Commonwealth of the Northern Marianas, Honorable David M. Abacandang. My respect to the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Insular Affairs, for Insular and International Affairs, our keynote speaker, Honorable Angel A. Timapang. Honorable respect to you, Mr. President. Respect to the APIL officers and the APIL directors, senators, representatives, and to everyone here today. We, the Pohnpei delegation, bring with us a warm Kasalelia greeting from the island of Pohnpei and its people. I am aware that most of the members of our Pohnpei delegation was introduced yesterday, except for two. Please allow me to introduce Senator Shelton Ned, who is the chairman of Committee on Health, and who is also the president of 39 APIL. With us also is Senator Bill Edward, chairman of Committee on Resources and Development. Mr. President, we are pleased to be here with you, with all of you, in this beautiful Commonwealth of the Northern Marianas Islands. We would like to extend our utmost gratitude and appreciation to you and your impressive team for your warm welcome at the airport and your generous hospitality since the moment we have arrived into Saipan and until now. You have done an incredible job, and we have been enjoying our stay with you. Colleagues, as legislators, we have reached yet another opportune moment to pause in our daily activities of work, family, and community, to once again gather so that we may sit beside one another or across each other and converse on issues of great importance to our Pacific Island countries. Our theme for this General Assembly, economic development, strengthening local economies, health, welfare throughout the Blue Continent, is timely and appropriate as it touches upon many important areas that we island states and countries face on a daily basis. I believe that this theme carries with an echoing spirit of shared experience, challenges, and potential solutions as we strive to ensure a stable economy, not just for today, but also for tomorrow, as well as safeguarding and advocating for the health and welfare of our people. On that note, Mr. President, the Pohnpei delegation is happy to share with everyone good news from Pohnpei. A few weeks before we left, a groundbreaking ceremony took place for the expansion of our seaport. There are various ways to examine the positive effect of the expansion of the Pohnpei seaport. In the interest of time, I will share some thoughts that I have. It is my view that this noteworthy project will have resound effect across the APIL islands, not just for FSM or Pohnpei. For example, the economic growth that is expected to take place, among others, is quite a feat for our islands, as we will gain an opportunity to trade amongst ourselves that will in turn strengthen the local economies of our Pacific islands. Also, the ability to dock vessels will increase, promoting growth and accessibility amongst us. Mr. President, I would also like to briefly share news of recent associations formed by the legislative branches of our 4 FSM states, an association most localized for our nation of 4 islands, and one that is strongly believed strengthen what we have here in the APIL. The FSM nation is unique as we most strive to solidify our unity throughout our differences. The first General Assembly was held last month in Bombay. It is my humble opinion that this historic meeting was a productive and fruitful gathering, and that it stands as a testament to a unified voice of the state legislatures of the FSM. And just like the APIL, one of the highlights of all for us association of legislatures leadership for a unified state. First General Assembly was the rare opportunity to spend quality time together. As you will remember, we in the FSM must travel considerable distance for all of us to meet under a single roof. So that time together was precious. As we all know, there are certain things in life that we can take back, but time is not one of them. Time is treasured, and we should spend it wisely. Associations formed to bring us together and solidify relationships remind us that we do not stand alone. Just like our current seating arrangement, I see equal stand and strength in numbers. The coming together of many differences to form a unified voice, as eloquently stated in the preamble of the FSM Constitution, and quite on point for this General Assembly. The seas brings us together. It does not separate us. Mr. President, directors, senators, representatives, and everyone, I conclude here, but before I do, I would like to take this opportunity to say something about our statement. Lieutenant Governor Diego Benavente. Diego Benavente, or should I say Luke and Tolonleng carries a piece of Pohnpei with him. He shares an honor bestowed upon Pohnpeian men, a traditional title given by our high chiefs and traditional leaders to recognize and decorate, if you will, a man as respected pillar or member of his village or community. Luke and Tolonleng, we extend our utmost gratitude to you and to Luke Payne, Tolonleng, for welcoming us to your home the day we arrived into Saipan. Even though the visit was made on short notice, you greeted us with warmth and the spirit of Casalelia. Please know that that time is truly a memory to cherish. Luke, thank you for your presentation yesterday. Your greetings at the beginning of your presentation displayed the true spirit of the APIL. The wisdom that you carry with you over the many years that you have dedicated your life to public service was evident during your presentation. You have accomplished much in this lifetime. You have maximized and have given your everything to the service of the people. So, on behalf of the people of Pohnpei, Kalangan and Kupromi, Luke, for giving your life not only to your people of the CNMI, but to the people of APIL, the Pacific Island. Kailangan, most especially to Luke Payne and your children, for your unwavering support over your many years of public service. Kailangan susumase, Mr. President, and everybody.
Kalangan, FSM State of Pohnpei. We now go ahead and proceed with FSM State of Kosrae.
Kulamalala and Lainwo, thank you very much and good afternoon to you, Mr. President. My humble respects. My humble respects also to Secretary Bamok, my fellow speakers around the table, honorable presidents and members of the Houses of Representatives, members of the Senates, the respective Senates, here in the room this afternoon, and all of the participants. Thank you very much for the time allotted for Kosrae to be presenting our opening remarks and later on our country entity report. Before we do that, since the Honorable Speaker from Pohnpei closed his remarks with a note on Lieutenant Governor Diego Benavente, I was just told this morning that after he was with us yesterday, he was admitted into the hospital, probably still there. So I'd like to add to the closing sentiments said by the Speaker from Pohnpei to ask that we all keep Lieutenant Governor Benavente in our prayers. I'd like to speak on a personal note first. This is if my recollection serves me correctly, only my third time visiting Saipan. Last time I was here was some 20 years ago. I may look young, but I'm that old. Back then I was with the APIL Board of Directors, serving a 2-year stint. And back then, the only thoroughfare around the island that I could drive on was the beach road. Now, the other night, some of us got lost because you have done too much improvement here in Saipan, adding the middle road and the upper road, if I may call those roads that way. We got lost because you have done too much development. Slow down. Otherwise, the next time we come, we'll be lost even more. Kosrae really places much importance in its membership in bodies, assemblies, forums like this. Being the smallest, probably the smallest, even smaller than YAP, member entity in the APIL, we know that our participation, involvement in bodies like this helps to amplify our voices on matters that are of utmost importance to all of us, especially to all of us, most of us are from Kosrae. Our association partnership with the APIL has resulted in a lot of beneficial ways for us in Kosrae. With the visions of the leadership of the APIL back some 2 or 3 decades ago, this association formed the Pacific Islands Development Bank. The state of Kosrae has contributed only $1 million to the BIDB, but that creation has helped to allow constituents, people from Koshai to be able to tap into the funds you have contributed to be managed by BIDB. Our people have been able to secure, I believe, up to $4 million in loan. So that alone should be reflective of how very important APIL is to us in Koshai. Recently, another creation of the APIL, the Ajuda Foundation, has helped us in Koshai, bringing humanitarian assistance to our people from Koshai. I know that it is also with the APIL that we can address pressing matters that we all feel in the region, like airline fees, cost of travel, and other related items. So Koshai places very much importance in our participation in the APIL, and I'm very glad that I am able to have this wonderful opportunity to be back sitting in, participating in the discussions of this AUKUS body, knowing, trusting very much that everyone around the table will have Koshai covered in matters pressing to us. So it is a wonderful opportunity for us to be back here, visiting your beautiful place, beautiful island of Saipan. I'm going to turn the floor over to the gentleman to my right to have the honor of delivering our country report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think my speaker did the country report already. So if I may, Mr. President, just to continue his remark. Thank you, Mr. President. To follow suit with the previous speakers, I would like to take this opportunity to say warm Lenwo to all of us in this room right now. Please also allow me to begin first by acknowledging our Almighty God for His continued guidance and blessings upon us all. For it is by His grace that we are able to once again meet as fellow legislators of the Blue Continent in our 42nd General Assembly of the Association of the Pacific Island Legislatures. Also, please allow me to pay my humble respect and acknowledgement to our most gracious host of this beautiful island of Saipan in the Commonwealth of the Northern Marianas Islands, beginning with the Governor of Saipan, the Honorable David Abadang, Lieutenant Governor Mendiola, the leadership of both houses of the Commonwealth of the Northern Marianas Islands, and the people of the Commonwealth. Our esteemed presiding officers of the ABIL, board members of the ABIL, honor guests, fellow legislators, presenters, our supporting staff, friends, ladies and gentlemen. Also at the outset, please allow me to introduce again. I understand my colleague did it yesterday, the introduction, but please bear with me to introduce them again. Starting from my left is our speaker, Simeon Philip, our APIL Board of Directors member, Senator Hartson Dale, our chairman of Committee on Ways and Means, Senator Alik Haisik, our chairman of Committee on Infrastructure Communication, Senator Moses Thompson, Vice Chairman of our Committee on Land and Municipal Affairs, Senator Ramsey George, and of course our supporting staffs. We brought with us three ladies staff, starting with Mrs. Marda Tale, our chief clerk and also the secretariat representing the Tri-State Government Legislature. Ms. Kenye Mike, Speaker Secretary, and Ms. Kenye Nena, our journal clerk. So that's our delegation. Again, we thank APIL for extending the invitation to partake in this year's General Assembly, as we are very, very honored, privileged, and eager to share and learn as always. It is a privilege to be with you today as we gather to reflect on shared journey of economic development, local empowerment, and the health and welfare of our Pacific peoples. Across the Blue Continent, the Pacific Ocean connects not only our highlands, but our aspirations. This August Party is a platform that allows us the opportunity to connect and meet these aspirations on a realistic level, of course, customized to each island nation. We are bound by a common vision to build economies that are resilient, inclusive, and rooted in strength of our people and cultures. In Kusai and throughout the Micronesia, our people have long demonstrated resilience and innovation, building livelihoods from the sea, from the land, and from the collective spirit that binds us or binds our communities together. Strengthening local economies means investing in our own people, in small businesses, in sustainable agriculture and fisheries, and renewable energy, and in education that equips our youth to lead us in the future. Economic development in the Pacific must be more than members on a chart. It must reflect the well-being of families, the vitality of our local enterprises, and the sustainability of our environment. When we strengthen local economies, when we empower our farmers, our fishers, our small businesses, and our innovators, we strengthen the very foundation of our nation. But economic progress cannot stand alone. True prosperity is inseparable from good health, access to education, and social welfare that ensures every person has the opportunity to live with dignity and purpose. A healthy, educated, and supported population is the most powerful driver of the economic growth. And Mr. President, esteemed members, and all of us, I just want to add on that our new hospital in Kusai is under construction, and hopefully by After 4 years to 5 years, it will complete it. As Pacific nations, we have always shown the role what resilience looks like through the strength of our communities, the wisdom of our traditions, and our commitment to partnership. Together, we can shape a development model that honors our heritage, protects our natural resources, and creates a future where no highland is left behind. As we reflect on the economic development in Kusai, we are guided by our strategic development plan at both local and national levels. These SDBs focus on budgetary self-reliance and sustainable growth through sectors like agriculture, fisheries, energy, and tourism. Key initiatives include private sector development, infrastructure improvements, and waste management, supported by government planning and funding from partners like U.S. government. The FSM Department of Resources and Development and the FSM Development Bank provided support for economic and business development in Kusai. May we continue to work hand in hand, governments, communities, and regional partners to ensure the promise of economic growth translates into real improvements in the people's life, and that the well-being of every Pacific Islander remains at the heart of our development journey. To close my remark, I would also like to join the others in expressing our sentiments and humble appreciations on behalf of the Kusai delegation to our brothers and sisters from the Northern Marianas Islands, Commonwealth Legislature, inclusive of both houses or House of Senate and Representatives, for their warm welcome and great hospitality. Thank you for accepting to host ABIL's 42nd General Assembly this time around. Please join me in giving our host a big round of applause. Kulomalap, Kalangan, Kamagar, Krisusabur, Misulang, Komoldada, Sichusmase, Kamna Maori, and thank you very much.
Kulo Malula Kosrai. We now proceed to the FSM State of Chuk.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. My respect to you. On behalf of the Chuk delegation, I would like to convey our utmost respects to the custodian of this land. Governor of CNMI, the Honorable Dennis Mantiola, Lieutenant Governor, the Honorable Alexander Castro, Chief Justice of the CNMI, and all Honorable Justices, the Honorable Carl King, neighbors, President of the CNMI Senate, and all honorable members of the Senate, the Honorable Edmund S. Velacomes, Speaker of the House of Representatives, and all honorable members of the House of Representatives, all honorable mayors in the CNMI region, members of the clergy, at Eneditiro Mefairoawi Medicine. Honorable President, officers, esteemed members of the APIL General Assembly, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning or good afternoon. It is with great honor and enthusiasm that I have the honor to be before you today as a representative of the Duke State Legislature at the 42nd APIL General Assembly here in CNMI. I would like to extend on behalf of the Duke delegation our heartfelt gratitude to our host and organizers for bringing us together under the inspiring theme, Economic Development, Strengthening Local Economies, Health and Welfare throughout the Blue Continent. This theme resonates deeply with all of us as our Pacific Islands face unique challenges and opportunities in building resilient and sustainable communities. Our discussions and collaborations during this assembly are vital in shaping strategies that will foster local economies, improve health and welfare, and ensure a prosperous future for all our people. Let us seize this opportunity to share ideas to forge new partnerships and reaffirm our commitment to advancing economic development that benefits every coastal community across our vast and vibrant Blue Continent. Thank you, and I look forward to a fruitful and impactful assembly. Now I'm going to turn this floor to my honorable colleagues to give us the country report. Again, Kirisyo Japur.
If I may, Mr. President. Thank you, Honorable President Cory. I join President Cory in conveying our respect to the leadership, both traditional and governmental, and to the people of our hosting state, the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands. I further extend my respect to the respective delegations from each of the APIL member states. My humble respect to you, Mr. President Vila Gomez, and Mr. Secretary Pamak, Tiro, Partheiro, Ayanidin Suferwabi, Narwasanim. Duke State Legislature. The Duke State Legislature continues to be a bicameral legislature consisting of the Senate with 10 members and the House of Representatives with 28 members. Early this year, in April 2025, the 18th Chuk State Legislature convened its first regular session and organized. The Senate elected the Honorable Harno H. Kori as a president. He's right here next to me. The Honorable Wisni Nakayama as a vice president. The Senate elected and welcomed to Honorable Antrel Cheche Yamamoto as its new floor leader. There is 4 standing committees in the Senate: Judiciary and Governmental Relations Committee, Resources and Development Committee, Health, Education and Welfare Committee, Finance Committee, and the chairman is here with us, the Honorable Harris Ryan. The House of Representatives elected the same presiding officers. No change. The Honorable Lester T. Mersai as a speaker. The Honorable Andrew A. May as a vice speaker, here with us. The Honorable Wayne Olap as a floor leader. He's also with us here. And there is 7 standing committees in the House of Representatives. The Ways and Means Committee, which I am the chairman on that committee. Judicial and Governmental Operations Committee. The Honorable Otoko Kanis. He is right here as a member. Mr. President, my good colleague here is also a youngest member in the House of Representatives. He's only 26 years old. And please, he's also a single young man. Resources and Development Committee, the Honorable Tarson Bauris, Vice Chairman. Education Committee, Health and Welfare Committee. Mr. President, here with us today, the Honorable Kenru Onero, Vice Chairman. I'd like to take this opportunity to give a special recognition to my good Vice Chairman Nero, to our 42nd General Assembly, that he is the most seniority in the House of Representatives, served the people of Chuk since 1997. Imagine, Otoko Kanis born 1999. Vice Chairman Nero served the people of Chuk in 1997. It's been serving 28 years. Please, let's give him a round of applause. Transportation, Communication and Public Works, Mr. President, here is with us my good Chairman, Honorable Keswik Madus. He is also a referent. The Honorable Mataichi Chegop, member, and the Honorable Piche Petrus, also a member. And the last committee in the House is Federal and Foreign Affairs. 7 standing committees in the House of Representatives. Currently, one of the seats in the House of Representatives is declared vacant, prompting an upcoming special election to fill the vacancy. Before coming to CNMI, the 18th Chuk State Legislature first regular session, April 2025, adjourned sine die on October 24, 2025, to accommodate a number of upcoming important events, including the 65th APIL Board of Directors meeting that took place yesterday, and this 42nd APIL General Assembly here in CNMI. Prior to its synodal adjournment, the Chuk State Legislature passed a resolution calling for a special legislative session to commence on November 3rd. The core agenda focuses on legislative measures, particularly appropriation bills required to finance the upcoming special election to fill the vacancy in the House, and to appropriate financial aid for the containment and mitigation of the environmental crisis in Chuk Lagoon. Oil spill crisis in Chuk State. The Chuk Lagoon is facing an environmental crisis after a major oil spill began on September 11, 2025, originating from the sunken World War vessel, the Rio de Janeiro Maru. Second situation reports confirm the oil has spread dramatically, contaminating the coastal waters and mangrove areas of Uman Island, posing a significant threat to the marine environment and local livelihoods. In response to this grave disaster, the Governor of Chuk State and the President of the FSM declared immediate states of emergency. The Oil Spill Response Task Force, led by the Chuk Environmental Protection Agency, has been activated to coordinate all response efforts. The Chuk State Legislature is deliberating on an appropriation bill for essential funding to bolster the task force's capacity, enabling the deployment of equipment, procurement of vital supplies, and execution of necessary cleanup to minimize the damage. Despite all of the efforts by the task force and our relevant departments, the scale of the intervention required exceeds current local capacity. Therefore, tomorrow, our delegation will be introducing a resolution seeking specialized technical assistance from the governments of Japan and the USA to achieve the expeditious containment, cleanup, and environmental remediation of the oil spill in Chuk. We ask that you support us with our resolution, as we are not equipped with the resources necessary for full containment and long-term remediation of the oil spill. Your support on this is much appreciated. Infrastructure projects. There are various ongoing infrastructure and development projects in the state of Chuk, including dispensary construction projects, school construction projects, road development projects, and dock improvement projects. And also the Chuk Water Supply and Sanitation Project, overseen by Chuk State Public Utility Corporation. We anticipate the completion of most of these projects by the end of this year and early next year. Mr. President, it is important that I also mention that Chuk State was proud to host the most recent Women's Conference in September last month. There were so many beautiful ladies from all over the FSM. Oh, sorry, my wife there. We welcome our sisters from the other 3 states of the Federated States of Micronesia, Bombay, Yap, and Gosrae. Also in September, the Chuk State Legislature participated in the historic first General Assembly of the Association of Legislature Leadership for the Unity of the States, or we can call All for Us, in Pohnpei. We thank our sisters and brothers in Pohnpei for successfully hosting this inaugural event. Furthermore, the Chuk State Legislature gratefully acknowledges the United Nations Development Program, or UNDP, for its ongoing support in developing the capacity of our staff and members. This partnership has been instrumental, including hosting the induction seminar for the 18th Chuk State Legislature and providing several training workshops for our staff and staff from the other FSM state legislatures. Thank you, UNDP, for your commitment to our legislative development. Without further ado, Mr. President, I look forward to a successful and fruitful meeting. Let us continue to strengthen our collaborative efforts in addressing, resolving our common challenges, and in achieving our shared goals for the betterment of our island state communities. Mesulang, Kamakar, Kalangan, Kulo Mulolap, Komol Tata, Ko Rapa, Situus Masi, Olamai, Fakurgi Sojabur, and thank you very much. God bless.
Kiniso Chapur, FSM State of Chuk. And last but not the least, proceed to the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands. Recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. Havade Faisro, Amaga Tumolawani, Lalawas Mamai. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary, our brothers and sisters of APIL, power to the women. Yes. My name is Danita Pialur Kaipat Yangtamai. Today, I am accompanied by my esteemed colleague, the Honorable Jude Antalan Hofschneider, Senator, and the Honorable Edmund S. Villagomez, Speaker of the CNMI House of Representatives, as well as the President of this distinguished body. In addition, I would like to acknowledge my colleagues right here behind me. Raise up your hands. Representative Diego Vincent F. Kamatsu, Vice Speaker. Representative Marisa F. Flores, or R. Flores, Floor Leader. Rep. John Paul P. Sablan, Chairman of the Committee on Ways and Means and Chairman of the Saipan and Northern Islands Legislative Delegation. Rep. Joel C. Kamatsu, Chairman of the Committee on Judiciary and Governmental Operations. Rep. Blas Jonathan BJT Attao, Chairman of the Committee on Foreign and Federal Affairs. Rep. Malcolm J. Omar, Chairman of the Committee on Health and Welfare. Rep. Thomas John DLC Manglonia, Chairman of the Committee on Commerce. Rep. Vincent S. Adan, Chairman of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure. Rep. Ralph N. Yumo, Chairman of the Committee on Gaming. Rep. Angelo A. Kamatsu, Chairman of the Committee on Natural Resources. Rep. Roman Beneventi, Chairman of Education. Rep. and Coach Elias Maliti Rangamar, Precinct 3. Rep. Ray Palacios, Precinct 1. Rep. Joe Flores, Precinct 1. Senate President Carl R. King Neighbors. Senator Manny Gregory Castro, Chairman of the Committee on Public Utilities, Transportation and Communication. Senator Paul A. Maglonia, Chairman of the Committee on Health, Welfare and Programs. Senator Francisco Q. Cruz, Chairman of the Committee on Executive Appointments and Government Investigations. Did I miss any more, Senator? We're good? Okay. You're here. I would also like to acknowledge the presence of the Honorable David M. Apatang, Governor of the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, his cabinet members, Honorable Dennis Mendiola, Lieutenant Governor of the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, Mr. Claudio Norita, Policy Advisor, Honorable Mayor Ramon R.B. Kamatsu, Mayor of Saipan, Most Reverend Romeo D. Convocar, Bishop, Diocese of Chalancanoa, Honorable Angel A. Demapan, Deputy Assistant Secretary, the traditional leaders of both the Chamorros and the Refalwas of the Sienamay, and distinguished guests. I would like to take this opportunity to provide an update on the progress made regarding several key issues, only four, that we had discussed during the last General Assembly in the Republic of Belau. First, food security. In February 2025, research conducted by the Northern Marianas College, NMC Cooperative Research Extension and Education Service, CREES, emphasized the potential to enhance food security in the Sienamay through the promotion of active trading of local agricultural products and the practice of regenerative agriculture. This research showed that collaborating with nature to restore soil health, boost biodiversity, and promote sustainable water systems can strengthen the resilience of our food systems. Through the exchange of food within our economy or our community, we can guarantee access to fresh, nutritious, and locally sourced food, thereby decreasing the reliance on imports. Integrating local trading with regenerative farming can foster a more resilient and sustainable food system that serves the interests of our community and the environment alike. This method holds great importance and offers advantages for the Sienamay by fostering local economic growth, strengthening food sovereignty, and safeguarding our natural resources. Furthermore, implementing these strategies is in harmony with the fundamental goals of the Pacific region to foster resilient and sustainable communities. The Association of Pacific Island Legislators can enhance regional cooperation, facilitate knowledge sharing, and promote collective action towards food security, environmental stewardship, and sustainable development across the Blue Continent by supporting and implementing such initiatives. Almost finished. Number two, cabotage exemption. In March 2025, U.S. Delegate to the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, Congresswoman King Hines, co-sponsored and was in full support of House Resolution 1536, titled the Pacific Island Flight Alternative Act of 2025, or PIFA, introduced by the U.S. Delegate of Guam, Congressman James Moylan, in Congress. This act would authorize air carriers, including passengers and cargo from Japan, the Philippines, or the Republic of Korea, to be allowed exemption from cabotage law that excludes foreign air carriers from operating U.S. destinations, including the Sienamay and Guam. This exemption will allow competitive flights and more affordable, accessible travel options to and from the Sienamay and Guam, enabling our people to have inter-island connectivity. Such an exemption can also potentially increase flights from Japan, the Philippines, and the Republic of Korea, key tourist markets that we have been unable to recover pre-pandemic. The support and collaboration demonstrated by Delegate King Hines and Delegate Moylan, found in the push for House Resolution 1536, or PIFA, thus exhibits the undeniable linkages of our island issues and the fervent search for optimistic resolutions for the benefit of all our people. Please take a sip of your drink, almost done. And then broadband, I'll just shorten the broadband. By 2030, the Broadband Policy and Development Office, their aim is to guarantee reliable internet access for all residents across the Sienamay. I'm sure it's done already in YAP, right? Starlink, good for you. Yes, this will allow residents to access better educational resources, telehealth services, and economic opportunities. The last one for the issues, to eliminate the general Medicaid funding limitations for the territories of the United States. We continue to support our delegates' push to amend Title 11 of the Social Security Act to eliminate the general Medicaid funding limitations for territories of the United States. Delegate King Hines recently introduced H.R. 3154, co-sponsored by Delegate Moylan, Delegate Plaskett, and Delegate Raduagan. Medicaid is essential for facilitating access to health services for low-income individuals and families in U.S. territories. However, funding for Medicaid remains inadequate. We face a strict statutory limit on federal Medicaid support, in contrast to the 50 states and the District of Columbia. This gap results in stricter Medicaid eligibility criteria, reduced Medicaid benefits for participants, and insufficient payments to hospitals and clinics, ultimately affecting preventive care and treatment for the poorest Americans in insular areas. We will persist in our efforts to advocate for the repeal of the cap. Achieving health equity is a crucial step that will ensure adequate resources to address the unprecedented challenges posed by the pandemic. More importantly, it will establish systems in insular areas to effectively respond to future public health challenges, regardless of their nature. Now we are into the current events. Only 3. And something that we're all familiar with, military buildup. A series of military expansion projects across the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands are underway in support of the long-term strategic plans of the U.S. Homeland Defense. Tinian's historic Northfield is the location for a strategic military training exercise and where adaptive rehabilitation of the historic World War II airfield is ongoing. This will help out the Yapis who will be going to Tinian. The Tinian Divert Airfield Project, Phase 1, construction of a parking apron for military planes is 92% complete. Maybe by the time you go down there, it's already 100%. Phase 2, construction of a cargo pad with a taxiway extension, a maintenance support facility, and fuel tanks is 74% complete. Plans for ROTA focus on warehouse development to store emergency supplies, aircraft parts, and humanitarian assistance materials. While Saipan won't host permanent bases either, the military is exploring the improvements to the island's airport to accommodate heavier aircraft during emergencies and construction of fuel storage facilities to avoid reliance on frequent fuel shipments during operations. Getting scary. While the CNMI sincerely supports the strategic U.S. military defense plans in the Marianas and Pacific region, the CNMI requests that maximum opportunities are provided to our local businesses to benefit from the economic activities generated from such military build-up projects. The CNMI further looks forward to creating new job opportunities and exchanging and facilitating capacity building of our human resources by partnering with our educational institutions and local businesses. Number 2 on our current events. The Northern Marianas College PROA Center. The Northern Marianas College last Friday launched the PROA Union Student Center, its $30 million flagship building, with an official ribbon-cutting ceremony that gathered NMC students, alumni, community members, and dozens of local officials. The inauguration of the building coincides with the 7th anniversary of Super Typhoon U2, when it made landfall in the CNMI on October 24, 2018, and destroyed the NMI campus. The new NMC Proa Union Student Center, you can see it as you come or go up to the airport or down the hill, serves as a central hub for student life, services, and community, representing a major step in rebuilding after a super typhoon. Its significance lies in providing students with a new space for collaboration and connection, housing crucial student support offices like financial aid and the library, and offering new facilities like a dining hall and a tech lounge. The building is also a symbol of resilience and a new era of success for the college and our communities. Number 3, the last one I promise. Commonwealth Healthcare Corporation. The Commonwealth Healthcare Corporation, or CHCC, has proudly announced a groundbreaking initiative aimed at addressing the critical shortage of gastrointestinal, or GI, diagnostic services in the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, CNMI. In collaboration with GI Digital and the practice of Dr. Paul Alfred Munya Agun in Guam, CHCC will introduce a telehealth-enabled capsule endoscopy, or CE, service in Saipan. Thank you, Guam. This new service will provide local access to advanced GI diagnostics and care, transforming the way gastrointestinal diseases are diagnosed and managed in the CNMI. Furthermore, on July 1st, 2025, marked the beginning of a new chapter in healthcare for our people as we celebrate the groundbreaking ceremony for the beginning of the construction for the Commonwealth Healthcare Corporation's new MRI facility. This state-of-the-art addition will bring advanced diagnostic imaging closer to home, ensure our patients receive the highest quality care they deserve. Challenging economic circumstances frequently stimulate remarkable times of innovation and creativity. Don't you think so? It is imperative that we acknowledge each achievement regardless of its magnitude and persist in our efforts toward the advancement of our communities. Let us collectively recount our achievements and extend our support to all individuals inhabiting the Blue Continent. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield my time. Atay hinehi nihatihan hiliso. I thought we were going to be first. I said, we look forward to you. Oh, sorry.
Suzus Masi. Oh, go ahead. Okay. Suzus Masi and Hiliso, Northern Marianas. And with that, I know we're a little bit behind schedule, but we'll go ahead and break for lunch. And I would like to give the floor back to you, Congresswoman, to bless the food. Okay?
Can we all stand, please?
Let us all rise.
Thank you. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit, amen. Bless us, O Lord, and these thy gifts, which we are about to receive from thy bounty, through Christ our Lord. Amen. In the name of the Father, and the Son, Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you. We're now on recess. Welcome back, colleagues. I hope you all enjoyed your lunch. And before we proceed with the presentations for this afternoon, I'd like to get the indulgence of the members and just change around the schedule this afternoon. So after the presentation by Mr. Diego Vasconcelos, we'll have U.S. Navy Rear Admiral Joshua Lasky present after Mr. Diego. Is that, do I hear an objection? No objection? Okay. And there's also another technical error that was brought to my attention. If you look at your booklet for tomorrow's agenda, we have Mr. Robert Celestial on the booklet. Okay, do you guys have your booklet? Yeah, please bring it out for tomorrow morning's agenda for presentations. But on our handout here, which is our official agenda, Mr. Celestial is not on the schedule. So if there is no objection, I'd like to amend the agenda to include his presentation tomorrow, which he will be doing virtually. Is there any objection? No objection? Okay, so with that, please note that for tomorrow, we have Mr. Celestial presenting after Mrs. Jamaica Tahiran and Mr. Derek T. Sasamoto. And for this afternoon, we'll start out with Mr. Diego Vasconcelos and then Rear Admiral Joshua Lasky. And Ms. Gwen Yamamoto Lau will present at 4 o'clock, just so we're clear. Are we good? Okay, I would like to call up to the podium for the first presentation this afternoon, Mr. Diego Valadares Vasconcelos Nieto, Human Rights Officer, Micronesia Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights. He will be presenting on how UN human rights mechanisms can contribute to the economic development, strengthening local economies, health, and welfare throughout the Blue Continent. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Diego Vasconcelos Nieto. Sir, I hope I pronounced your name right. Okay, thank you.
Okay. So, testing. So, Tiro, Hafadei, Ali, Kaselelie, Mogetin, Drananim, Lengwo, Yakwe, Maori. I would like to pay my respects to you, Mr. President, to all the honorable distinguished guests attending this session, and to all the representatives of legislatures here present. My respects as well to the staff of APIL, to the staff from the hotel, the cooks, the security, all the ones who have made this meeting today possible. And finally, I would like to pay my respects to the peoples and traditional leaders of the Northern Mariana Islands, of Saipan, and of the land on which we stand today. Thank you for inviting us, the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, to address this very distinguished meeting and an opportunity for us to speak directly to the representatives of the peoples of the Pacific, and in this meeting today in particular, the peoples of the Micronesian subregion within the Pacific. I speak today on behalf of the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights and our representative to the Pacific, Ms. Heike Alefsen, who could not join us. The initial invitation was directed to her. Our regional office is based in Suva, and I'm based in Pohnpei, the Federated States of Micronesia, and therefore I'm here today having the honor to address you. My presentation, which you can see the title on the screen, will focus on 5 parts. I'll try not to be very long, and so checking the time now. And I will be complimented by Senator David Anitok, the special representative of the President of the Marshall Islands on environment, on nuclear legacy and human rights, who will address and complement the fifth part of my presentation. So the first part will be a quick preamble about the 80 years of the United Nations, and in particular its history with the Pacific. The second part, I want to discuss how the theme of this assembly relates to the different, to some different human rights. And third, I want to speak a little bit about how human rights mechanisms can help legislatures to advance human rights, explaining what are these mechanisms first, and in a second moment, make some considerations on how the legislatures and parliaments can help implement human rights standards to advance the well-being, the health of the people from this big blue ocean and continent. So for my first part, next slide please. The UN at 80. Last week on Friday, it was the 80th anniversary of the United Nations, of a meeting that happened on the other shore of the Pacific in San Francisco to establish this organization, this global organization, so that never again the atrocities of the Second World War would repeat themselves. These islands, unfortunately, suffered a lot, and your elders have shared many times, or many times they didn't share because of the trauma they suffered on those days, of carpet bombings, of battles, of extrajudicial executions, of many extreme pain, many episodes of extreme pain and suffering. Some of them have been transferred transgenerationally to Pacific Islanders. And we've heard many stories in this 2 years since I arrived to this region, and I'm currently based in Pohnpei. But I've heard stories from Palau, from Chuuk, Oshrai, Pohnpei, Marshall Islands, and I'm pretty sure that the Northern and Mariana Islands as well. And I've visited the museum in Guam and read a few of the very sad and traumatic experiences that happened during that war. Also during that war, a new era in humankind that we call the Anthropocene was inaugurated with the nuclear era. And the first nuclear weapons were launched from islands not far from here. And so the existence of the United Nations is to build a world of peace, of development, of human rights, so that those horrors don't repeat themselves never again. And much of that history, of why we were founded, is really, has its roots also here in this Micronesian region. In these pictures, you can see some of the scenes of the nuclear weapons dropped in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, of some of the founding fathers, some of the founders of these countries and territories that are represented here today, standing before the Trusteeship Commission in the United Nations, or Nauru and Kiribati on their celebration of becoming a member of the United Nations in the 1990s. So our history and our commitment to this region demands an upgrade of the work of the United Nations in this region. And I'm very pleased to be here representing not only my office, the Human Rights Office, but the United Nations as a whole. Since 2022, the United Nations now has a multi-country office based in Pohnpei, Micronesia. There are plans for building a one UN office, a bigger building, which would accommodate more international capacity of these organizations to help the development, the peace, and the human rights in this region. And so this office that was established in 2022, the youngest UN country office in the world, or multi-country office in the world, currently already hosts about 20 organizations, and we hope that other organizations like the Food and Agriculture Organization, the UN Development Program, so many, the International Organization for Migration, the UNICEF, the Children Fund of the United Nations, UN Women, and so many other organizations that can help us face some of the challenges that are embedded in the theme of this conference. But as a human rights officer, I'd like to focus my presentation then on some specific human rights that are closely related to the conference today. Next slide, please. So, with the title Economic Development, Strengthening Local Economies, Health, and Welfare Throughout the Blue Continent, the first human rights that comes to my mind, and in particular, in my case, I was working specifically with that right for 7 years in our headquarters in Geneva, is the right to development. The right to development is defined by the Declaration on the Right to Development as an inalienable human right by virtue of which every human person and all peoples are entitled to participate in, to contribute to, and to enjoy the benefits of economic, social, cultural, and political development, which are all human rights and fundamental freedoms can be fully realized. So this definition is very broad and explains to us that economic development, as the title here, and as the longer title of this conference say, is not just about GDP, and that was referenced before by other speakers as well, including the representative of the White House. Economic development is just not growing the GDP on the economy, but it's also intertwined with social, political, and cultural development. And you, as the representatives of the peoples from Micronesia, from the different territories and states of Micronesia, play a significant role in advancing all of these phases of development. This definition also reminds us that it's important that it's not about just the benefits, it's not just about, but it's the participation, the contribution, through active, free, and meaningful participation. And parliaments are have a key role to ensure active, free, and meaningful participation, and to allow voices that will enable that the benefits of development will trickle down to all the members of your communities, including the indigenous peoples, the minorities, those in the most remote islands. And as Mr. President emphasized in his message to this conference, the theme calls for collective action to build resilient economies that honor your traditions while embracing innovation and sustainability. So development should be linked to your culture and your traditions, and should also be sustainable. And that takes me to a second human right that is essential for achieving this general topic of the conference, which is a new right recognized recently called the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. This right is about safe climate, clean air, healthy ecosystems and biodiversity, safe and sufficient water, healthy and sustainable food, non-toxic environments. And so many policies that you've been discussing the past day are about all of these aspects. But the human rights perspective allows us to bring on three elements that are very important: access to information, public participation, and access to justice on environmental matters. And so in other parts of the world, in Latin America, for instance, there's a treaty called the Escazú Agreement, which established standards for the whole region on access to information, public participation, access to justice in environmental matters. A similar agreement exists in Europe, the Aarhus Convention. So in Latin America, the Escazú Convention, in Europe, the Aarhus Convention. There's no such an instrument for the Pacific. And as the title of this conference says, the blue continent, the ocean unites you, does not separate, as a recent beautiful movie reminds us, the Rematau, the people from the ocean. And so the environment is really intertwined, and there are no borders, or artificial borders don't touch. So it would be interesting that the APIL, and that's an initial provocation, could reflect on that, on how can access to information, public participation, access to remedies, be something on environmental matters, be something that can be part of your agenda for future discussions. And the third set of human rights that I would like to bring to your attention is participation, it's the set of political rights, to which I want to share a few of them that you as parliamentarians understand deeply their importance. The right to participate in public affairs, being elected to government, or participating in other forms of decision of government, or being public servants and so on. So having the opportunity to run for office or to apply for a position. Freedom of expression, and freedom including campaigns, right to peacefully assembly and freedom of association, equality and non-discrimination. And finally, a topic that is so dear for this region, the right to self-determination, which is an important discussion on how much self-determined are you, regardless of your status as a Commonwealth, as an unincorporated territory, or as an independent nation. How self-determined are your people, and how you made the choices for your future, and how you as parliamentarians enable these choices to be made. So, after speaking about these three sets of rights, I wanted to briefly introduce to you some human rights mechanisms. And before that, just to, the image you have here are some tools that we would be more than happy to share them with you, to unpack these rights and to see how could you translate these rights into legislation, into work in your daily activities. So next slide, please. So on human rights mechanisms, I'm going to speak about three sets of mechanisms: the Universal Periodic Review, the special procedures of the Human Rights Council, and the treaty bodies of the United Nations. What are these? And I'm going a bit too fast, and I'll be more than happy to engage later. But I wanted to flag these three because parliaments have many opportunities to engage with these. The first one, the Universal Periodic Review. I find it a very beautiful mechanism, which is a peer review. There's no expert that is determining what should be, what should not. But every country in the world, every 4.5 years, has the opportunity to be assessed by all the other countries in the world in a diplomatic, horizontal manner, where each country will make recommendations to one another on all human rights. Up to now, up to today, no country has failed any of the 4 cycles of this mechanism. So every 4.5 years, each country goes there, every country in the world, member states of the United Nations, including observer states of the United Nations. This year, by coincidence, all the states that are here represented are under review in some moment or another of that review. So we've had Kiribati, and we have the picture of Kiribati, which participated online this year, and I was there virtually with we had a colleague in the room, and I was virtually accompanying at 2 a.m. in Pohnpei the presentation of Kiribati to the Universal Periodic Review, which was very impressive and very much praised. So the government will present a report of its own human rights situation, and that was their presentation of the report. Then there are 2 other reports that inform the discussion, and then for 3.5 hours, countries will make comments, and the delegation will make some answers to its own human rights situation. So Kiribati was the first one this year. Then we had we'll have now next week the Marshall Islands. The 10th of November, the Marshall Islands will be speaking in Geneva during its own review of the Universal Periodic Review. Early next year, but the report has already been submitted. The Federated States of Micronesia and Nauru, and Palau also is submitting the report this year. The United States of America, which is the state representing in the UN mechanisms, Guam and the CNMI, is due for review this November as well. But we have the information that we don't know if they will. For the first time, one country will not be part of that dialogue. We hope that will be reconsidered and that they will be part of that conversation. This mechanism, the drafting of national reports, of civil society alternative reports, parliaments can engage directly with them. So they can engage before the review by contributing to the national reports. And right now, the report from Palau is still being drafted. The other reports from these countries have already, the deadline has passed. During the review, Hopefully, there will be parliamentarians representing the country and being part of the delegation that presents this report to the international community. And after the review, it's essential your work in following up all the recommendations that are noted or supported by your countries. Next slide. A second set of mechanisms is what we call the special procedures of the Human Rights Council. What are they? They're experts elected by the Human Rights Council on different themes that help advance the enjoyment of that specific right throughout the world. And so these experts, they do several things. I'll mention three. They do country visits. They spend 2 weeks in a country and assess all the challenges relating to a certain right in that country. They write thematic reports, and they can do communications, official letters to the government. In the Micronesian region, we've had, in 2012, the Special Rapporteur on the right to water and sanitation, who visited Kiribati and made a very important report to the Human Rights Council that has still very relevant recommendations on water and sanitation. We had the Special Rapporteur on Toxics and Human Rights that visited the Marshall Islands also in 2012 and inaugurated an important global debate and pushed the agenda on the nuclear justice for the Marshall Islands. This year, last year, 2024, and I was there during the visit, the Special Rapporteur on Internally Displaced Persons visited the Marshall Islands as well, and visited different islands and wrote an important report addressing displacement due to the nuclear legacy, due to military activities, other military activities, and hearing all of you this morning, I think some of these recommendations could be relevant for your work, and also due to climate change. And this year, the first Special Rapporteur visit to the Federated States of Micronesia, the Special Rapporteur in the field of cultural rights, had a fantastic visit. She visited Chuuk, Pohnpei, and Koshrai. She couldn't go to Yap because of United flight availability, and that has been mentioned several times as well during this meeting, and the delegate from Yap spoke about it. So she also couldn't go because it's just a 2 weeks mission, so she couldn't be there, but many of her recommendations will be very relevant for some of the challenges shared by YAP's delegation this morning as well. The special procedures, they make recommendations upon receiving information from anyone, including parliamentarians. In 2021, there was a communication to the government of the United States of America concerning the military buildup in Guam, which was answered by the previous administration of the USA. I understand their communications not yet made public, but we know that they will be made public soon. But there were already recommendations made by other special rapporteurs on the military buildup in Palau, on a petition made by students in Palau, and there is another one on transitional justice for the nuclear legacy of the Marshall Islands, with communications to the Marshall Islands and to the US government. So these instruments allow high-level engagement and an expert perspective to advance some of the agendas that you have. And it's a very simple mechanisms to be used, and we'll be more than happy to address and to help you understand how can you use those mechanisms. And finally, next slide. A mechanism that parliaments have a key role to play in advancing is the treaty bodies, is ratifying, approving the ratification of human rights treaties. There are 18 core human rights instruments, treaties and protocols, 9 treaties and 9 protocols of the United Nations. They are the Convention on Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, the Convention on Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, the Convention Against Torture and Other Ill Treatment, the Convention on the Rights of the Child, the Convention on Protection of the Rights of All Migrant Workers and Members of their Family, and we heard a lot about migration here, a very relevant treaty. The Convention on Protection Against Enforced Disappearance, and finally the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. In this region, the Marshall Islands has ratified 10 of these core instruments, and that's why they are light blue in this map we have. We cannot see because the map doesn't zoom in enough, but they're light blue in our map. the United States of America, the FSM, and Nauru have ratified 5 treaties. Kiribati has ratified 6, and Palau 3. And that then made, so Kiribati, the USA and Nauru, FSM, they're in orange, and Palau is in red. And that relates to how many treaties are engaging with. And ratifying these treaties create many opportunities to attract international cooperation, to advance the normative content, and to enhance the human dignity relating to all these treaties I just mentioned. Next slide, please. And so there are many other forms that parliaments can help advance human rights, and we hope that our office can be of use and contribute to give some technical assistance to all of you on how to advance, and I'll speak a bit about that later. But I wanted to draw the attention in particular to a report that was written in accordance to a resolution from the Human Rights Council that wanted to see how can parliaments contribute to the work on human rights, of the Human Rights Council, including of the Universal Periodic Review. And some of the recommendations of this report that acknowledge the fundamental role played by parliaments suggested, and I will emphasize just that because of time, but I think it's a very strategic recommendation, is to establish a permanent parliamentary human rights committee in each of your territories and countries that could think of encouraging ratification, accession to international and regional human rights instruments, introducing and reviewing bills and existing legislation to ensure compatibility with international human rights normatives, and proposing amendments if necessary, leading oversight work of government's work, providing human rights related information during debates, reviewing draft national budgets. And so we have many instruments that can help that activity and can provide guidance on how to do all these functions, and hopefully a committee dedicated to that could help the work of these parliaments. And finally, my last point, as I see my time is almost expiring, and we would like to hear a little bit from Senator David Anitok. Next slide. Our office, as I mentioned, I'm the first human rights officer in this region. And the reason why I'm here is because the Marshall Islands, together with Nauru, Kiribati, Samoa, Australia, New Zealand, Pacific countries, brought to the attention of the Council the proposal of a Human Rights Council resolution on technical assistance and capacity building of the Marshall Islands to address the human rights implications of its nuclear legacy. And so I'm based in Pohnpei, but my core work is with the Marshall Islands, and Senator David Anitok is a key counterpart, as Legislature Council Jolome as well, and the National Nuclear Commission. So my work, and I'm very often in the Marshall Islands, but I'm also the only human rights officer in this region. We have an office in Suva. The South Pacific and North Pacific communication is not that easy. And so we've been able, since my arrival at least, to create opportunities for other colleagues to step in our technical assistance capacity. So in this image, you have 2 activities, a workshop we've done with the Marshall Islands on nuclear justice and human rights, transitional justice and human rights, and nuclear legacy. A visit to the President where we were discussing the importance of a national human rights institution, which I understand Senator David Anitok will speak a little bit about it, and they're in a threshold moment, very important one now. But also activities in Palau, a presentation to the Cabinet and to the President on treaty ratifications, and Palau is the one with least treaties in this region, and it was very interesting. This was in December last year, and a workshop with colleagues coming from Geneva on economic, social, and cultural rights, which was done including to parliamentarians this year in April in Palikir. With that said, and I could go on, but hopefully leaving some time for an interactive discussion and answering questions, I'd like to invite to the floor Senator David Anitok, the Special Envoy of the President of the Marshall Islands for Nuclear Legacy and Human Rights, and I remain ready to answer any questions you may have. And I hope this is just the beginning of a fruitful dialogue with our office and with the UN as a whole. Senator, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Valadares and Mr. President, esteemed colleagues. Good afternoon. Can everyone hear me okay? Not really? Mic check. Mic check. Is that better? Oh, okay. Thank you. Once again, we bring warm greetings and Yahweh from the Marshall Islands and also from my atoll of Ailuk. I come before you, as mentioned, President's Envoy for Nuclear Justice and Human Rights, as well as one of the delegates member from the Marshall Islands under the leadership of Honorable Speaker Wase, Chairman for the Committee on Nuclear, Environment, and Climate Change. Obviously, our people in the Marshall Islands carry voices of our lives that have shaped by this nuclear legacy. Decades later, our people still endured many consequences, such as cancer, displacement, environmental contamination, and the out-migration of families seeking safety and care abroad. Recent studies and lived experience, what our elders have always known, the harm is deeper, broader, and longer lasting than what the world once believed. That is why the Marshall Islands petition to the United States Congress is a call for sympathy, not a call for sympathy, but for justice, for renewed accountability, health equity, and environmental repair, and recognition of the human cost carried by our islands. And as mentioned by Mr. Valladares, the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights has always and is working closely with the Marshall Islands to advance its pursuit for nuclear justice. This has contributed to global attention and technical expertise on how to overcome the human rights implications of our nuclear legacy through high-level interactive dialogues in Geneva, publications of reports on the matter of human rights mechanisms, as was shared in the presentation, and bringing experts to our country to learn about the challenges that persist and helped us build a path to overcome them. Mr. President and esteemed colleagues, the Marshall Islands has been elected to the United Nations Human Rights Council not once, but twice, under the leadership of our current Her Excellency President, Dr. Hilda Heine. And in the Pacific, only Australia and Fiji have also been elected to this council, one time each though. To be elected as members to the council, to the General Assembly, it takes account the candidate states' contribution to promotion and protection of human rights, as well as their voluntary pledges and commitments in this regard. As an important step to implement these commitments, which we take very seriously, I am proud to share that the Marshall Islands Parliament, under the leadership of Honorable Speaker Pranson Wase, has introduced a National Human Rights Commission Act 2025, which, once enacted, will establish an independent commission to oversee all human rights matters, including monitoring practices, investigating complaints, and promoting accountability. This initiative to create a national human rights institution is a crucial step to safeguard justice, equality, and the rights of all citizens. The introduction of this bill reflects the Marshall Islands' determination to fulfill and provide a model for other nations' international human rights applications. And as such, APIL member states demonstrating how legislative action can translate obligations into tangible national mechanisms that protect and advance human rights. And today, excuse me. Yes, as it was mentioned by Honorable Speaker Wase in his country report, recently in February, the Board of Directors of APIL convened and passed 2 resolutions that supports the commitment for the nuclear justice and Marshall Islands in pursuant of the change of circumstances petition. One of the other resolution the Board of Directors adopted was for a strong assessment in the Micronesia regions as well, not only in the Marshall Islands. And this is a collective effort from all of us. And this board of directors, Mr. President, as passed in the resolution, appointed the president to work collaboratively with all government agencies, parliaments, NGOs, and experts in addressing this long-standing legacy of the nuclear testing programs in the Pacific. So today, I call upon each member of this association of Pacific Island legislatures to do the same. Adopt a resolution within your parliaments to establish or strengthen your own National Human Rights Commission. Ensure these institutions are independent, inclusive, and empowered to address issues of justice, displacement, environment, and good governance. And let's stand together in building a Micronesia network of human rights institutions that will protect our people, our lands, our oceans, our cultures, heritages, and the future generation. Furthermore, we call on all of you to engage more actively with the international human rights mechanisms. Together, it will help shape a future grounded in human rights, peace, and dignity, and to follow up on the implementations of what the board of directors of this APIL body has adopted relating to the nuclear legacy and other relevant resolutions within the human rights issues. Our region has long been a voice of moral strength in this world. Let us now turn that strength to a concerted effort and collaborative action, where Micronesia stands not as a victim to global powers, but as a leader in justice, peace, and human rights. And as mentioned in the keynote speaker's remark this morning, not in exile, but in our homes with our people. With that, I say Jaraman and Komodada, thank you for standing together in solidarity, joining in sharing a shared Micronesia journey towards truth, healing, and lasting justice. Komodada.
Thank you. Test. Thank you. I now would like to open up the floor for questions. Just please raise your hand and you'll be recognized. Recognize Pohnpei.
Thank you, Mr. President. For the interest of time, permit me to echo and vouch all the tributes presented before me. You, the Pohnpeian, standing, making the presentation, thank you very much. You make us proud, the Pohnpeians. The issue on hand in terms of human rights, it is inevitable and undeniable. Preventing is easier than curing. Let us join hands, support to RMI to resolve the present situation, nuclear justice they are fronting. I don't know where Marshall Islands is because I've never been there and I don't know anybody from Marshall Islands. But Speaker Brunson is not related to Charles Brunson. He's a Marshallist. Charles Brunson is an actor. On a serious note, too much lunch, so I suggest that we adopt a resolution as stated by you, this presenter, and Senator from RMI, Nedjela. I pronounce it right. I don't know why I pronounce it right. Enough is enough. Let's stop talk the talk and let's put our efforts together. United we stand and walk the talk. Spreading of the nuclear waste is not only in the Marshall Islands, and I'm a living witness, and I can vouch for this for the scientific research already being completed, but you don't want to release to the general public. The contamination is spreading fast. Guam already. And the island nations that are closer to RMI are Kosrae. I don't know where Pohnpei is. I'm not from Pohnpei. And further down. And the reason I made mention about helping RMI to attend to this, for Uncle Sam to honestly attend to the accountability of their wrongdoing. Inhuman, unethical, unorthodox, what they did to RMI. You can tell whoever that is in the marshals that I am speaking out in support of the RMI. I don't know who that is, but we need to, I'm gonna hand my notes here. The nuclear justice is injustice. Mr. Presenter, Mr. President, may I ask that we once again put our heads together for the Pohnpeian presenter in blue.
You yield? You're done? Okay, thank you. The floor is still open. Maybe we'll take 2-3 more questions.
Mr. President, if I may.
Recognize Senator.
Thank you very much. Just quickly, I want to reference the resolution that was adopted by the Board of Directors during February's meeting in Majuro. Resolution number 64-BOD-7. Again, it calls the unified regional support of the Board of Directors of APIL for the Republic of the Marshall Islands, pursuit of nuclear justice, under the Compact of Free Association in the Changed Circumstances petition. So the Marshall Islands now has a working committee of the Changed Circumstances that's currently reviewing and updating the 2000 Changed Circumstances petition that was submitted in 2000. So we're currently reviewing that. The second resolution that the Board of Directors that adopted is resolution number 64-BOD-06, requesting a professional assessment on the impact on residents of downwind islands of Micronesia due to the U.S. atmospheric nuclear testing in the Western Pacific. This resolution, calls the President to, as I mentioned, requests the President to work with relevant government agencies, NGOs, and concerned communities in obtaining professional assessment of this impact. Thank you, Honorable esteemed member from Pohnpei. I've never been to Pohnpei. I don't know anyone from Pohnpei. I hope to meet somebody soon that strongly support this. Komodara.
Thank you, Senator. The floor is still open.
Mr. President, can I react as well to the comments?
Yeah, recognized.
Kaselele, Speaker, and Kaselele Meng, and I have to object because my namesake Diego was acknowledged on his title, and I was not. I'm kidding, but last week on Friday I was in Kapinawak during Human Rights Day, and for me it was very symbolic how in the COSAP of Kapinawak the community was celebrating the United Nations Day and understanding that these debates and the broad discussion we're having has an impact on that community, and that community is part of We the Peoples, as the preamble of the UN. But I mentioned that to maybe link the distinguished representative of Pohnpei's comments to the broader discussion on other human rights and how the lessons from the nuclear legacy and the work we're doing on the nuclear legacy can help us prevent other issues that may occur. And I heard in the opening today, I think one common topic that was emphasized, and we'll hear more about it later today, I believe, is the military, as what is being referred as military buildup, right? And many opportunities of investments and development as well relating to that, but the importance of any measures following the standards of what we were discussing of active, free, and meaningful participation. Consultations that are meaningful and not just ticking a box, so that the consequences are to the externalities to the local communities, including caused by toxics, by spillover, by pollution, by noise pollution, as the petition from Palauans have expressed, but also environmental degradation, can be avoided to the maximum possible extent, and the peoples affected are treated as human beings in full dignity and rights. And so I just wanted to link that because I think it's the solidarity expressed by Pompey was very touching, and I think the nuclear legacy experience, unfortunately, through a lot of pain, teaches us that we should adopt a very precautionary and respectful approach to local populations, and not allow local communities to be treated differently than what, let's say, those who are undertaking the measures would do to their own citizens. And sometimes in other parts of the world we see foreigners or projects beyond the frontiers using lower standards of precaution, of consultation, of participation of local communities, and we want to have everybody treated with the same dignity. So I just wanted to make that link, which to the very pertinent comment by Representative Pompey. Kalangan.
Thank you. Any further? Okay, with nothing further, let's give our presenter a round of applause. Thank you very much. We'll take a 2-minute recess so the next presenter can prepare. Quick recess. Next item, our next presenter on the agenda, as discussed, will be presenting on building trust and cooperation, advancing security partnerships in Micronesia, and presenting on the subject is U.S. Navy Rear Admiral Joshua Lasky, Joint Task Force Micronesia, Sector Guam. Please, let's give him a round of applause. May you proceed, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. President and honorable legislators. Thank you for inviting me here today. Thanks for the opportunity to talk to you a little bit about Joint Task Force Micronesia. I thought I would just give you a brief update on Joint Task Force Micronesia, kind of at the high level, what our focuses are, what our focus is. Joint Task Force Micronesia was established in June of 2024 by Admiral Paparo at the time. To bring a little bit of a more coherent focus to the region. And like I said, it's an honor to be here and join you here today and talk a little bit about preserving peace and stability in communities across Micronesia. You represent the strength and voices of the people of the Pacific Islands. You're the stewards of the region's future. And it's my privilege to listen, learn, and share how Joint Task Force Micronesia is working alongside all of you toward a more secure, resilient, and prosperous Pacific region. As commander of Joint Task Force Micronesia, I'm the senior military official in the region. I'm the commander of United States Indo-Pacific Command's eyes and ears in the region, and that region today is defined as Guam, CNMI, the Federated States of Micronesia, Republic of Palau, and the Marshall Islands. And unlike some in the room, I have been to the Marshall Islands. Thank you. And I have been to Pohnpei. So I'm getting there. Our number one priority, as you would imagine, is to defend the U.S. homeland. And the U.S. homeland is, of course, not just the continental United States. It includes all U.S. territories and commonwealths, the freely associated states, and the surrounding territorial waters and airspace. Homeland defense means the military protection of U.S. sovereignty and the territories against external threats and aggression. The Indo-Pacific is arguably the most consequential region of the 21st century. It is home to more than half of the world's population, vital shipping lanes, and the majority of global economic growth. The Pacific Islands are not just peripheral, they are central to the region's stability and strategic balance. Yet this region has become increasingly contested. Strategic competition is intensifying, and we must be ready. Defense of the Indo-Pacific region is not just a military issue, it's a shared responsibility, and we must continue to work together to achieve effective deterrence. Our shared mission to ensure the security, stability, and well-being of this region is not something one nation or organization can achieve alone. It depends on an active partnership between governments, communities, and militaries, between tradition and innovation, and between local leadership and global engagement. Our relationship is rooted not only in mutual agreements, but in shared history and shared sacrifice. In just 2 weeks, we'll honor our veterans who answered the call to serve, men and women who fought battles across these islands during World War II, and the modern-day challenges of natural disasters and transnational threats. Our security ties have always been about people protecting people, not just borders. Today, that means helping ensure communities are safe from the threat from adversaries, from the impacts of illegal maritime activity, cyber threats, and other crises that disrupt daily life. Through Joint Task Force Micronesia, we are building a stronger humanitarian assistance and disaster response partnership, one that places people at the center of security. When Typhoon Mawar struck just 2 years ago, causing significant damage to Guam, U.S. service members worked hand in hand with Guam's leadership and local responders to help restore power, deliver supplies, and reopen key infrastructure. There's still work to do, but we've come a long way together. Through exercises like Pacific Partnership, COPE North, Koa Moana, we're deepening our capacity to respond together, training local responders, enhancing logistics, and learning from one another's expertise. Our humanitarian partnership reflects our shared values, that every life matters and that security begins with the well-being of our people. Across the region, we ensure our efforts are aligned with local and national priorities. We're supporting maritime domain awareness efforts, helping island nations monitor and protect vast ocean resources from illegal fishing and other illicit activities. The U.S. Coast Guard has been instrumental in supporting shipwrighter programs, enabling local law enforcement officials to enhance patrols, inspecting vessels fishing in waters with exclusive economic zones. We're working with partners to improve disaster preparedness, pre-positioning supplies, upgrading ports of departure that are critical during crises and conflict. And we're helping enhance infrastructure resilience, ensuring that we build today things that will withstand tomorrow's challenges. These initiatives are designed to be inclusive and collaborative, built on consultation and coordination. Resilience, physical, social, and economic, is central to our shared security. It's more than rebuilding after a storm. It's about strengthening communities so they can adapt, recover, and thrive in the face of change. For the U.S. military, resilience means investing in the strength of our host communities through infrastructure improvement, projects, and in some areas, larger posture projects to support advanced defense capabilities. Along the way, we recognize the importance of cultural respect and environmental responsibility, ensuring development supports local priorities. In addition to increasing military readiness and capacity, modernizing the Marianas and freely associated states helps build opportunity. Every construction project, every repair, and every upgrade requires skilled workers and services. We aim to leverage local talent and businesses and develop pathways for island residents to build long-term careers in construction, logistics, and environmental management. This is ongoing, and this week our team will host an industry forum in Palau to help local businesses compete for those opportunities. Our team is constantly assessing cyber vulnerabilities and ways to enhance cybersecurity. Today's warfare begins not on a traditional battlefield, but with the ones and zeros that control our utilities, our communications, and just about every system in the modern world. The military cannot simply arrive and provide security in the Pacific. Security must be built together through trust in local leadership, respect, and recognition of the traditions that define each nation. I understand that each of your governments and legislatures carry a deep responsibility to your people, your cultures, and your future generations. And that is why our partnership is so critically important. As guests and partners, we are committed to listening, learning, being transparent in our operations and intentions. Our cooperation brings strength, accountability, and trust that underpins our shared success. The challenges we face together are real, but the opportunity for partnership is greater. The Pacific Islands are a region connected by both waters and spirit. That's my theme music. That's not a phone. It's okay. Yeah. No. It's just, I try to have someone play some theme music for me every time I give a speech.
We apologize.
No, it's okay.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. I'll continue. Our shared mission is to ensure war never again touches these shores. And how do we do that? It must be clear in the mind of our adversaries today is not the day, and neither is tomorrow. We must be stronger, we must be ready, and must be unified in our efforts so our collective strength remains a deterrent. The cost of readiness is far less than the cost of war. Defending the Indo-Pacific, first and foremost, means preserving peace through strength, deterrence, and unity. It means ensuring the region remains free, open, secure, and governed by international law. Before I close, I want to acknowledge the extraordinary leadership represented from across the Pacific Islands here today. As I mentioned at the start, you are the voices of the people of the Pacific, and your commitment to cooperation and community is what makes this region so resilient. We are honored to work alongside you in advancing this shared vision, a Pacific that is secure, connected, and free. As we continue our journey of trust and cooperation, It's important to focus on what unites us: respect for one another, love for the Pacific Islands, and the desire to leave them stronger for future generations. Thank you for your leadership, thank you for your partnership, and for the privilege to serve alongside you. Thank you very much. And I'm happy to take questions if people have them.
Can we
If
figure
not,
out
I'll stand down and get
where
away.
the music is coming from?
I will mention that before I came up here to talk, I was talking with the previous presenter, and one thing that I think was important in the discussion is realizing that I get up and say these words, but I think a recognition that we've been imperfect before and will be imperfect again, but through this open dialogue and the opportunities like you're presenting me today to come here and talk to you all and make sure that dialogue remains open. So when we make mistakes or we haven't addressed concerns, that we get that feedback and we can work to address them. That is very much appreciated.
Thank you.
Mr. President.
Admiral, is that from your phone or?
It is not my phone.
Oh, okay. Wow. Oh, there you go. All right, do we have any questions? Do we have any questions for Admiral Joshua Lasky? Recognize Senator Tello from Guam.
Sejus Masi, Mr. President, and good afternoon to my colleagues. I hope everybody had a nice lunch. Thank you so much for your presentation and always willing to come and participate at the APIL's General Assembly. As long as I've been, which is a very short time, I've noticed that the military always makes sure their presence is known so that we have the ability to ask questions. But unfortunately, one of the biggest things that we have now, you're sitting amongst legislators. We're not the governors, we're not the presidents of our islands. And many times, as legislatures, when we seek the assistance or the verification or information that's critically needed on a legislative level, we can't seem to get the military to answer our question, because the military says they only answer to the governor or the president. What is the military going to do to incorporate the legislature in part of the dialogue? Because sometimes our presidents or our governors, sometimes they're different parties and they don't feel that they have to tell everybody in the legislature, what's going on. So again, the question is, how are you going to incorporate the legislature when it comes to providing information, critical information to us? Because we too are elected by the people, our communities, and we need to answer their questions too. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Tello. Admiral Lasky.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think, first of all, you're right. Our primary relationship is, of course, with the executive of that territory or of that nation. But I think what you say is an important thing, and I think that's maybe a challenge for us. That's something we need to take on and think about. I wish I had a better answer for you today, other than to recognize I think it's completely valid that we need to make sure that while our primary relationship remains with the executive, that we're also able to get information out, especially to the representatives of the people, to make sure you have what you need to formulate your own opinions and participate and fulfill your roles and your responsibilities to the people. That's not a completely satisfying answer, I recognize, but I think it's a completely valid issue, and I'll do some thinking about it.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, and thank you so much for your answer. So I can hope and assume that we may get an answer soon, maybe by June, when we go to our good neighbors and brothers and sisters in Kiribati. Maybe you can do a presentation there and give us an answer by then. I'll be looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Recognize CNMI.
Buenas tardes, good afternoon, and thank you, Mr. President.
General Lasky, thanks for joining us. I'm going to piggyback on Senator Tello's somewhat questions with regards to the legislative and the executive branch. I wish to also kind of mention that some of the concerns is not just brought to the executive branch, but it naturally kind of gravitates to the policymakers. And in that instance, in this portal, it allow ourselves to identify some of those issues, and some of those issues are actually coming down the pipes for tomorrow's official introduction by way of a joint resolution. So sticking with, and not necessarily you or DOD in particular, sir, but it's just the movement with regards to the footprints and the developments and the importance and the strategic importance of the Blue Continent, so to speak. And obviously with the recent developments and the focus is on Indo-PACOM, and there's a lot of activities now on the island where I represent. I'm from Tinian. There's also a lot of movements that's associated with the projects. And along that line, there's a lot of concerns not only with the transportation, but the potential threats of invasive species. So, if you're tracking, there are some things that made the media as of late. So, over the last several stakeholders meeting, I have the privilege to be invited to have a seat on the table with you guys and the late Governor Arnold Palacios, and also now Governor Apatang and the previous governors, to kind of listen in and hone in our concerns with regards to each senatorial district or each islands. And I can honestly say that this, the robust or addressing the invasive species issue on all three islands, from actually all the Marianas Islands, so that to prevent the transformation or translocation of such. And in your capacity as the head, how can we further improve that conversation and assist the islands that are left to be vulnerable, because we don't have the capital, first and foremost, to build the infrastructure on our ports. We have potentially a robust policy, but as far as the infrastructure, we're going to continue to ask, we're going to continue to flush it out, because we don't have the means here. So in your capacity now, how can we better service this concern?
Yeah, thank you. I think it's a critically important issue. What I think I see is that the military, the local governments, the territorial government are working well together on improvements. But I would acknowledge that we don't know, and I frankly think on this issue we can never really rest. I think we should probably say, hey, in any given day, we shouldn't consider it just good enough yet. The good news is, I think, while the reports of invasive species making it to a certain point in the process and then being identified, we're not happy with that, because we would have preferred that it had been recognized and caught earlier in the process. But I am encouraged that there is a process, and the process is largely working. But we need to get all of the imperfections out of it that we possibly can. So my belief is that what I like of what I see is that the continued dialogue is there, that the CNMI stakeholders meeting is there, and then I also sense, and you can please let me know if I'm missing something here, but I also sense that the right parties are in the conversation together, that the local government, the territorial government, and the military entities involved are aware, having the conversation together, alerting each other when they see a problem, and then working to fix it. But I am interested, if we see a gap in that, that's something we need to go fix, because that's how we're going to get better, is making sure that we've got the right collaboration, the right dialogue, and the right teamwork going to make sure that we succeed on this mission.
Thank you, General. But I just wanted to impart with this that as a result of all those activities and as a result of all these occurrences, it also compels us or allows us to introduce legislation to qualify those concerns by way of assigning the appropriate authority or empowering them even further so that we can address the concerns. So, but thank you so much for your answer, and I'm looking forward to more dialogue on another conferences, and I'm going to continue as long as I'm invited to. I'm going to continue or not. I'll be continue to ask that we need to improve our policy and the way we do the partnership to address these invasive species in between the islands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Jude. Senator John Yap.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Admiral. Good to see you again. I have my first question is on the because as we're currently dialoguing with the DoD Defense Site Working Group that comes to YAP. One of the things that we're trying to anticipate and get in front of is the economic and social impacts of having, extra number of workers on the ground and military personnel during construction and even when exercises come to YAP. Now, we can always plan and anticipate, but sometimes we can't actually see what's going to happen until it does happen, obviously. What I'm trying to get at is, I've been to Palau as recent as maybe 4 months ago or so, I believe, and I noticed that the economy, the price of goods and services has gone up way more than probably was anticipated before the movement of troops on the ground in Palau, to where even getting a pint of beer at drop-off or the canoe house is now $15. And so even us in YAP, when we go abroad for traveling, usually in the region, our daily per diem rate, Guam has the highest one. But in recent times, it's changed to Palau. And I think part of that is probably the military impacts on the ground there. And so, YAP, we have very little money. Our minimum wage, it's very minimal. And so those are some of the worries there with, and the invasive species, things that we're getting in the newspaper for here in Tinian. So, like you said earlier, we make mistakes. Nobody's perfect. But what if in a case like that where we think this is the impact and you plan for it, but then when we actually see what happens is different? Is there other plans to take care of that?
Yeah, of course I don't know in the specific case, but I have a theory, which is that I think Harry Elliott personally drove the price of beer up in YAP. Is that fair to say? No, I had not heard that. I think that's something we'll have to take a look at. I don't have a specific answer for you today for that specific case, but I think, again, to the broader point, what's critical is that you're bringing it up here and that we've got an opportunity for continued dialogue on it.
Thank you, and thank you, Admiral. What I was trying to get at is, let's say we plan and we think this is the mitigation for what we anticipate is going to happen when we approach it or when we do this. But if it happens, what happens is worse, or there's things happen. Sometimes, it's out of our control. Let's say we're doing the dredge at the channel in Yap, and we have all these things with the silk curtains and all these other things, and typhoon hits. And that reef from Rulder all the way to Gilmont now we can't fish. Our reef, it's going to be a while before we can eat fish there. But there was no mitigation in place for something like that. Can we still come back to the table and discuss other things is what I'm trying to get at, because we can plan and we can try to have plans and mitigations in place for things. But again, when it does happen, sometimes it's not what we anticipated.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
First of all, you can always come back to the table. I think, as you know, under the Compacts Free Association, we hold joint committee meetings with each of the COFA states. I serve as Admiral Paparo's representative to the joint committee meeting, and I think if nothing else, that is an opportunity for a voice with us where perhaps planned mitigations didn't unfold as we had expected, and we need to make another adjustment.
A final one, Mr. President?
Yeah, yes, you still have
Okay,
the floor.
thank you. And I'm sorry for taking up the floor here, your time. I know when Admiral Aquilino first came to the region and was, courteous enough to stop in and talk with us, some of the things that I raised back then was, that when the movement does come, they make sure to use our fuel, our local fuel company, so that our prices go down. And the other part is to also use local labor when you have construction as much as possible, and local vendors, so that we realize some other benefits. But like, let's say this very first contract that's awarded in YAP for military things to remove the debris and junk cars there, or the planned site for the dock and some of the areas. The company that got that and then subcontracted to somebody else is Amentum, and through Amentum to some other company that it seems to have YAP's representative, but it's not a YAP's company. It's some other state's owned company in YAP. So as far as really benefits for ourselves, yes, with 2.3 billion or something, maybe they're coming and going, and we're not really realizing any benefits. How do we help to make sure that that does happen?
I mean, I would just say that that's already an area where I know that we can do better. We are looking into how contracts were let, just for instance, during exercise reforpack here in the CNMI, where I certainly think some economic benefit was experienced for the exercise, but I also think that in certain circumstances we didn't do the best of making sure that the business was going to local vendors. So that's something we need to continue to work on as well. You're absolutely right.
Thank you. I mean, I didn't know who Amentum was until I had to go do a Google. I mean, it's not as big as Halliburton, but it follows military contracts. Okay, thank you. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you, Senator. Any further? Okay, with nothing further, let us give the Admiral a round of applause, and thank you for your presentation, sir.
Is the applause because the music during my speech, was that the?
Well, you had us guessing. I mean,
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Admiral. And we'll take there's been a little bit of a miscommunication. Next on our agenda, we have Dr. Esther Muña, CEO of CHCC. However, there's a miscommunication on the time. So we will have Ms. Gwen Yamamoto Lau present next. But let's just take a short recess just for the transition. Short recess. to the session. Our next topic is creative financing for clean energy and equity, and presenting on the topic is Ms. Gwen S. Yamamoto Lau, Executive Director, Hawaii Green Infrastructure Authority. Please let us give her a round of applause.
Mr. President and esteemed guests, good afternoon and aloha. I wanted to give a big shout out and mahalo to all of you, and especially to Senators Jude and Manny for having me here at your 42nd General Assembly. Thank you very much. Next slide, please. So there are a lot of similarities. And before I get started, I know you saw financing and I could see your eyes rolling back your head already. So I'm going to be looking at you, and if I see your eyes rolling back, I'm going to ask everybody to stand up and do jumping jacks or something to wake up, okay? But there are many similarities between Hawaii and other island countries, such as our heavy reliance on imported fossil fuel. You know, in 2012, we exported $6.6 billion to import oil into Hawaii. In 2024, we exported $2.71 billion to import oil to Hawaii. We have done better, but we have a long way to go. We have high electricity rates. In Hawaii, our rates range from 36.8 cents to 48.35 cents, depending on the island. We have different separate electric grids on every island. Limited land space. There is a lot of tension between using land for ag farm or electric farms, so there's a lot of tension there. And our heavy reliance on tourism. What I didn't put on that is because I don't know, but in Hawaii, because of our heavy reliance on tourism, a lot of our families, 43%, almost half of them, are what we consider ALICE, asset limited, income constrained, employed, meaning working poor. So we have a lot of struggling families because of the tourist-related jobs, you know, housekeeping, restaurants, and the cost of living in Hawaii, and I'm sure here and also your other countries too. Next slide, please. So as I go through my presentation, I'd like you to think about what are your sources of capital? Is it general funds? Is it issuing bonds, debt, equity? Could you implement tax credits? But think about what your sources of capital might be back in your country. Next slide, please. A little bit about us. The Hawaii Green Infrastructure Authority was constituted in 2014 by our legislature. In 2012, that was the heyday of our solar installations in Hawaii. When you look at the graph, you'll see that's the highest number of solar permits that were implemented or installed. Our policymakers at that time found that the early adopters to solar were affluent ratepayers. It was rich people who either had cash or could get loans, as well as big businesses. And what they were concerned about, rightfully so, was that the underserved ratepayers, our low and moderate income households, our nonprofits, and our small business would be stuck supporting an aging grid infrastructure because they were not able to access solar. So a bill was passed to constitute the Hawaii Green Infrastructure Authority, which is laid the groundwork for Clean Energy Financing Authority. We were capitalized by a $150 million bond. It was called the Green Energy Market Securitization Bond. Sometimes you'll hear people refer to us as GEMS because of that acronym. At that time, it was a very innovative use of a tried and true rate reduction bond that utilities used to rescue stranded assets. And what the state did instead was they used that bond, instead of rescuing stranded assets, they used it to capitalize our loan fund. So we had $150 million in loan funds. Also of note, and that might be of interest to you also, was it was issued by the state of Hawaii. However, it's not an obligation of the state of Hawaii. Therefore, it's not part of our bond caps. We don't have to count it as part of our bond caps. It is instead the obligation of the ratepayers of the Hawaiian electric companies. In Hawaii, we have two electric utilities. We have a small co-op on the island of Kauai, which is about 5% of the ratepayers, and investor-owned utility that takes care of the rest of the islands, all the different islands, 95% of the ratepayers. What the bill did was they said, Hawaiian Electric, you are mandated to do this. Kauai, the co-op, they said it's up to you if you want to. Kauai decided not to. But for Hawaiian Electric, they had to do it. So the state issued a bond, and it's repaid by the ratepayers of the Hawaiian Electric companies. Since then, we have received additional funding. The state issued or approved $50 million in general funds for us, $15 million in what we call CIP, it's for construction, as well as $62 million in federal funds. That funds, however, I'm not sure if you're keeping up with all the craziness that's going on in the US, but those funds are stalled in litigation as the EPA has asked that or said that they're terminating the grant. We're, of course, fighting that. Next slide, please. So HGIA, try and say Hawaii Green Infrastructure Authority 5 times fast. That's a mouthful. So instead, we refer to ourselves as the Green Bank. And there are many of us, about 22 green banks nationwide in the US. Green banks could be state agencies like we are, it could be nonprofits, or it could be quasi. And it's just to give you an idea of what this form of organization could be if you decided to do it in your country. Next slide, please. So it's no secret that Hawaii was the first in the nation with a 100% renewable goal in the electricity sector by 2045. As I mentioned, it is a secret though. You know, in America, we talk a lot about energy equity. I'm not sure if that's a common topic for all of you, but that's something that came out of the Biden White House. But it is a secret that, as I said, I'm so proud of our legislature for recognizing that energy equity is important, and they by constituting us back in 2014. So our objective is to make clean energy investments accessible, meaning for more, and affordable, meaning that it can be paid back to underserved ratepayers. Stimulate private investments and leverage innovative financing tools to mitigate risk and reach new markets. In other words, our objective is to make loans to those people and organizations that the banks and credit unions don't feel comfortable making loans to. But not only do I have to make loans to them, I also am tasked to bring in other private capital, whether it's banks, investors, any other private capital, to come into the capital stack with us, because we don't want to be the only ones in the mix, not because of the risk, but because we're trying to leverage public funds. As you know, public funds are scarce. And so we need to bring in private capital to leverage it so that we can do more with what we have. Next slide, please. When we first launched, we were doing financing like a bank would. We would pull credit scores, we would do debt to income ratios. Here's where your eyes start rolling back, I know that. Debt to income ratios, just to make sure that people can repay the loan, right? The only difference is two things. One is we went down in the credit score down to 600. And typically, the higher the credit score, the better the risk they are. So the lower the credit score, the higher the risk they are for lenders. And so 600 is quite low. Banks and credit unions, 670, 680 is probably the lowest they would go. We went down to 600 so we could be more inclusive, so we could loan to more people. The other thing we did is banks and credit unions, they are regulated because of their deposits. So a typical equipment loan is short term, it's 5 to 7 years. We stretch it out to 20 years. And the reason we did that is because the longer we can stretch the loan out, the smaller we can make the payment, so it becomes more affordable. So that's the lending we did when we first started. However, our Public Utilities Commission, as well as our legislature, recognize that they are tasking us to make loans to borrowers who will typically not get a loan. So therefore, only 51% of our loan funds needed to be made to underserved ratepayers, because if I loaned 100% of my loan funds to those who couldn't get loans elsewhere, what would happen to my loan funds? it'll be grants, right? There'll be high delinquencies and would probably not be repaid. So they wanted me to at least be able to collect some so that we can continue it for a while. So that means to mitigate the risks, we were able to loan to affluent ratepayers and larger companies. Next slide, please. However, due to the collaboration with our Public Utilities Commission and our investor-owned utility, we were able to implement a on-bill repayment mechanism, which was a game changer for us. Next slide, please. Basically, what this did was it eliminated all credit barriers. When I make a loan, instead of sending out a loan statement to be collected, like you would get from your banks if you have a car loan or mortgage, I would make a loan and I would put the principal and interest repayment on the electric utility bill as part of the bill, right? So the ratepayer, whoever they were, would pay their electric bill, and the electric bill included my loan payment coming back. We eliminated the credit barriers, no credit scores. At the beginning, though, if there was a disconnection notice issued by the electric utility over the past 12 months, I wasn't able to finance them. That was our credit barrier because it was deemed higher risk. They were having trouble paying their bills. But we started this in June of 2018. We started taking applications. We went through the pandemic where Hawaii and many of you suffered. Our governor shut down our state to protect us, and therefore the tourists disappeared overnight. In February of 2020, we had one of the lowest unemployment rates in the nation. In March, governor shut down our state. In April of 2020, we had the highest unemployment rate in the nation because only essential workers were able to go to state to work. Everybody else had a stay-at-home order. Because of that, we had a board meeting, and I asked my board, please let me give no questions asked all of our borrowers if they wanted a 6-month loan deferral if they wanted it. I thought 6 months at that time was plenty of times. Who knew it would last a few years? But our board approved that. About 70% of our residential homeowners took that option, that deferral, and about 80% of our commercial borrowers took that deferral. The only condition was if they were direct funded, because remember, we started doing direct loans to begin with. The only condition was when we start the loans payments back in 6 months that we would migrate it on bill to the electric bill. With the on-bill repayment mechanism, our interest rate was 5.5%. We still made loans at 20 years. The obligation was tied to the utility meter instead of the person. So when someone borrowed, but they borrowed as an account holder, and we tied the obligation to the utility meter, and that allowed the obligation to transfer from ratepayer to ratepayer. Not sure about where you're from, but in Hawaii, about 44% of our homeowners rent because they cannot afford to buy real estate. And that means almost half of our households were locked out of solar because their landlords didn't want to install solar to lower their utility bill, right? That solved the renter problem because now we do a loan, the obligation is tied to the utility meter. We understand tenants will move in and out. What we do is when a tenant moves out, we give the landlord 2 years worth of vacancies, because I understand that when you don't have rent coming in, the last thing you want to do is pay a solar loan, right? So 2 years worth of vacancies. We've not had any complaints from our landlords yet. So it's split incentives, right? The landlord gets a house improved by the solar system. The tenant, while they have to pay for the loan back, they also get the reduced electric bill. So it's split incentives to solve that renter issue. And again, the loan payments are conveniently made through the electric utility bill. Next slide, please. Once we launched our on-bill repayment mechanism, we were able to strengthen our commitment to the underserved. So in September of 2019, our board decided that 100% of all of our loan proceeds that we had available would only be made to underserved ratepayers that we define as low and moderate income households, renters, nonprofits, and small businesses. Due to the risk mitigation of our on-bill repayment mechanism, as I said, we went through the pandemic, we went through the Lahaina wildfires that caused a lot of distress for our families on Maui, and to date, I'm knocking on wood, we have not suffered a dollar loan loss yet. The other thing about the on-bill repayment mechanism is because we're able to mitigate risk, private capital are asking us to come in and also lend with us or be part of the capital stack. Next slide, please. Okay, so what does that mean? What does that mean for our families? So I thought I'd give you a few examples. So this is an example of a family who decided to lease a system. Their pre-solar bill was $424 a month. Their post-solar bill is $301 a month. That includes $26 for their energy cost and $275 for the lease payment. So they're saving about 29.1% on their electric utility bill every month. The savings over the life of the system will accumulate to about $118,000. So you're talking about over $100,000 to families who we consider the working poor. They don't have that money. So that savings that they would have paid to the utility, they can now use to buy food, to pay for medicine or school supplies for their children. Next slide, please. Here is another example. This is a loan instead of a lease. So this family said they wanted to install solar and own the system. Pre-solar bill was $652 a month. Their post-solar bill is $571 a month, which consists of $230 on their energy costs and a $341 for their GEMS loan repayment. Again, significant savings for them of about $119,000 over the 20-year period of the loan. And in Hawaii, we have tax credits. And so when you add the tax credits, the benefit to this family is about almost $130,000, over $129,000. Next slide, please. Here's an example of a nonprofit. So they are buying energy from a third-party owner through a power purchase agreement. Over the life of the PPA, they expect to save $1.2 million on the utility bills. Next slide, please. Wanted to talk a little bit about energy efficiency because I was talking about solar, but we also finance energy efficiency upgrades. Next slide, please. So in 2017, our legislature approved a bill for HGIA to give our Department of Education. So our Department of Education, they're not by counties, it's statewide. So it's a statewide Department of Education. And our legislature approved a bill for me to give the Department of Education a $46 million interest-free loan. So that was approved by our legislature. Up until then, the Department of Education got general funds or CIP funds, meaning that they got funding from the legislature that they didn't have to pay back. And so when the bill passed, they asked to meet, so I met with them, and they said, is this a loan? I said, yes, it's a loan. Do we have to pay back? Of course you have to pay me back, it's a loan. We don't want a loan. I said, great, because I don't want to give you an interest-free loan. But they said, no, but we have to take it, because if we don't take this loan, when we go back to the legislature next year, they will say, did you take the loan from HGIA? And we will say, no, and they will say, well, I guess you don't need money. Right? So they had to take the loan. So they said, let us think about it and we'll call you back. And so about a month later, they called me back. Next slide, please. And the original scope, as I said, was the $46 million to replace interior, exterior, and stadium lighting at 241 public schools statewide. They said, the interior lighting, do we have to hire a contractor for that? Or can we use our maintenance crew that's on every campus to replace the light bulbs like we do at home? And I said, it's up to you. It's however you want to do it. So they decided instead of to use the money to do interior, which was most of the schools, they bought about $5 million worth of light bulbs, sent it to every school and had their maintenance staff replace the light bulbs. With that money, they were able to replace old HVAC and air conditioning systems that were broken. So they had gyms that the AC was on 24/7 because they said if we turned it off, it wouldn't go back on. So can you imagine 365 days a year, whether there was school or no school, whether there was a game or anybody in the gym, the AC was on, and that was for a lot of schools. And so with that money they saved, they were able to replace these old HVACs and inefficient air conditioning. And I really applaud. I tell this story because I applaud them for thinking about it and strategizing. And since then, they have come back and borrowed more money from me. Next slide, please. And I'll tell you why. Their annual pre-retrofit bill was $38 million. Expected utility savings about $16.7 million. Their loan payments to me, again, I stretch it out for 20 years, it's just a little over $2 million. Annually, they save about $14 million a year in their utility bills that they can then use for programs. And that's why they have come back to me for more loans. Next slide, please. So this is really, and I share this with you because it's a paradigm shift. So in the past, the legislature was all about general fund, CIP, you know, give the money or appropriate the money for these types of projects, and that's good, except it's one and done. You will do it, you would use it for installing one project, and it's gone forever. Instead, perhaps using the funds to capitalize a green bank who can lend it out. There's a repayment stream from the utility bill savings that they have, and then the green bank can reinvest that same public dollar over and over and over again. Next slide, please. Just a few impacts that we've had as of our fiscal year ends June 30, 2025. You'll see that there are both environmental impacts, but there are also economic development impacts. Our agency is attached to the Department of Business, Economic Development and Tourism. So in addition to the environment, we are also all about economic development. Next slide, please. So, as you know, doing the right thing is often difficult, such as, losing weight, quitting smoking, exercising, right? We all know we need to do that, but it's super hard to do it. When I was a trainee at a bank, I'm a recovering banker, right? You probably realize that. When I was a trainee at a bank, I had an executive manager who said, Gwen, when you manage, you can, and he was talking about people, but I think it applies to everybody, right? When you manage, you can either use the arm or the charm, right? You can use the charm and incent people to do the right things or, work harder because, it's the right thing to do. Or you can use the arm and make it that they have to do it. All of you here play a critical role because I applaud our legislature. They often use the arm by passing policies and mandates, making us do what is the right thing to do, because if we just leave it to people to do it, eventually, maybe we might get to it. Maybe we might, quit smoking, or maybe we might, go on a diet, or maybe we might be more inclusive to our underserved ratepayers. So again, you are all in a very critical role in how you might help your country or your territories advance what is important to you, whether it's clean energy, energy equity, peace, civil rights, or anything else like that. One of the lessons learned, there were many, but one of the lessons learned was, as you know, I don't know about in your country, but in Hawaii, things take a long time, right? So we have to have the patience and make sure that the people who are implementing, it's going to be brand new. I often call myself a startup because we're innovating, doing things new, and it's hard, right? So as you can see, the on-bill financing program actually started in 2011. Our legislature passed the bill in 2011, way before HGIA was even, thought of. And they mandated our Public Utilities Commission to investigate the viability of an on-bill repayment financing program, and if viable, to implement. So that started in 2011. it got stalled a little bit with the previous financing authority that they were working with. We finally got it done in April of 2019. Similarly, even with my agency, the bill passed in 2013. Our bond was issued in 2014 of November. When the bond was issued, again, this was brand new. I wasn't even there at that time. But when the bond was issued, our financing program wasn't even up and running. So we finally launched the program in June of 2015, and the first loan was funded in January of 2016. So again, it takes time, and if we had to do it again, don't issue the bond until you're ready and your financing program is up and running, because then you incur carrying costs, the interest and principal repayment. And last but not least, if you asked me, if I was there and they asked me, what would you prefer, a bond issuance or just reliable, ongoing $10–50 million a year funding? I would say I would prefer the reliable, ongoing $10–50 million a year funding. Next slide. Back to this earlier slide. What are your sources of capital? If this is of interest to you, how might you fund this? How might you come up with the loan capital to do this? Next slide, please. Other things to consider, what are your capital constraints? What financing tools are available to you? If you don't have tax credit, might that be something that could incent the behavior that you want? And what can you do to mitigate risks, like the on-bill repayment mechanism was our game changer to attract private capital, protect your own capital, and bring in new capital. And the last thing I mentioned is the green fee. I'm not sure if any of you heard of the green fee. So our state legislature passed a bill this past year that puts a less than 1% tax, it's 0.75% tax on our tourists. And this green fee, we anticipate, will generate about $100 million in new revenue for the state every year. Because again, our state is taxed with so many needs that we needed to generate new revenue. Out of this $100 million in new revenue, it's a 30-30-30, one-third split. So one-third will be for environmental and climate things. One-third will be for infrastructure, whether it's for solar, whether it's for hurricane proofing, but it's to protect against clients. And the last third is for our tourist related. Our beaches are running out of sand. They need to correct that. So, might you think about a green fee? Might that work if you're looking for new sources of revenue? Next slide, please. So that's it in a nutshell. My contact is on the slideshow. Slide. I also wanted to, just as a mahalo, I have a small gift for our policymakers, a little taste from Hawaii, and I think they'll pass it out tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. And they're clapping for that wonderful presentation and not for the gift, okay, just so you know. The floor is open for questions. Recognize Senator Jude.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Gwen. That was a great presentation. You helped us engage. First, can you go back to the slide, the exportation of how much for fossil fuel?
The first slide.
Yeah.
Second slide.
So what is actually that? What does that mean for us that are,
Yeah. So back in 2012, the state realized we are relying so much on fossil fuel, so we spend at that time $6.6 billion. So we export our dollars to bring in fossil fuel. The decision was to go renewable, because even if on renewable, there's still cost to the energy, but at least we are spending that money within the state, and there's that circular economy versus just exporting our dollars outside.
Thank you. Just my second clarifying question is, by the way, great efforts. I mean, when you're looking at all the timelines, it's pretty impressive actually, and we want to try and emulate that here, at least in the CNMI, and hopefully in the other neighboring islands. But my other question is, in assessing the green fee, and we can appreciate the strategy to include the payment of the loan, a specific loan, into their monthly bill, so that make sure that, you know, they become whole. But going to the green fee, how would we assess here in this smaller island nations?
Yes, yes. So you know, we had in Hawaii, we had the Lahaina wildfires, right? And after the Lahaina which was due to climate, right? It was also high winds, but it's also very dry landscapes that caused the entire town of Lahaina to be burnt overnight, right? After that, our governor said, we need to do something about this. And so he created what was called the Climate Advisory Team. And I was fortunate enough to serve on that team along with 5 other members of that team. And so what we were tasked was to come up with policies for the next year, this was last year, to come up with policies for this year on what can we do to mitigate climate change and how might we fund it? Because, you know, I always say everyone has great ideas. It's great to have great ideas, but without the capital, you're not able to do anything with it, right? So we met with dozens and dozens of stakeholders, private, public, nonprofits, different counties on what the issues were. And also we explored a lot of different financing mechanisms to that. We needed to create new revenue because stealing from an existing pot would not go well. You know, I work for the state. I know how it is, right? If they take money from me, that means that I can't do what I want to do. And in every department, your governments do a lot of important work. So we looked at all different types of funding, new funding revenue streams. For us, I would say there was a tension between the green fee on tourists, which is a transient accommodation tax. So when they go to the hotel, there's a tax on the hotel, 0.75 tax on the hotel. We also included cruises because the cruises were exempt from this tax up until now. So our tourist industry, of course, pushed back, but they realized, and that's why there was 1/3 going specifically for tourist-related improvements that are because of the climate. So I would say it takes a lot of, I would start early, start having the conversations. I think your biggest pushback would be your tourist industry because of that tax. But I think everyone realizes that as much as we love our tourists, because that's our #1 industry, it also takes a toll on our environment.
Thank you, Gwen. I know you for now, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Any further? Recognize Palau.
Yes, this renewable energy that you're providing, is it rooftop panel?
Yes.
Does it comes with the battery or?
It's rooftop solar, right? On built environments, so that we don't have that tension between using our land for anything else. It's already has a building on it. It's rooftop solar.
Yeah, I think maybe Palau is doing something wrong because last time we met with our PPUC, the company, they said that the rooftop is around 7 megawatt, but we never reduced the cost of fuel because this rooftop, how it works is that during the day it produces power to the company, but the company cannot absorb that, so they never turn off the generator. So the fuel is the same, but the household is saving because they credit what they're providing to the power company, and they credit them. So at the end of the month, they have a credit. They like the PPUC owes them money instead of them owing the. But they said, this is saving for you because what you're saving from the power is you pay the bank. So the bank is making money while the PPUC is not saving any money from the providing of the fuel. So I think we're doing something wrong, so we need to look into our system.
Okay, I think what you said is it's not working because it's still the household is not saving the money. The energy goes to the who gets the electrons?
The energy goes to the grid, and they credit the household that's owning the rooftop.
Got it.
But the company is not only receiving but they cannot hold on to that what they receive from the solar rooftop. So I think I heard from the senator who came to Palau during APIL. He said that the solar rooftop in Hawaii, they require them to have a battery. So they during the day, they run their own power without the island power company. But when they run out of the batteries become low, they connect to the grid, and then they charge a little bit higher than the normal price of the grid. And I think that's how this thing works. So I think our system is going backward instead of going forward.
Yeah, thank you for your comments. So yes, when we first started doing rooftop solars in Hawaii, we had what was called an interconnection program called net energy metering. So it was kind of a retail rate, right? What the utility found was as more people put solar, during the day they had what was called the duck curve. There was so much energy being produced that we found that people weren't consuming it. So the utility said, we're losing money because all this energy is being produced and we have to pay for it. So what they did was they changed the programs. Now we also require batteries. It does two things. One, it stabilizes the grid, right? But more importantly, it provides our underserved, our most vulnerable with resilience at home. So when the power goes off, they have their battery backup. What people are doing is during the day, the battery is charging, the PV is charging up the battery. And at night, they're using the battery because that's when everybody's home and using cooking and using their lights and everything else. And so the interconnection program, so have your PUC look at their interconnection programs, because that's, like I said, incentives drives behaviors, and so that's driving our behavior in Hawaii.
Yeah, I think we need to get that legislation from Hawaii and see how it works. Then maybe it can help us, Palau. Now we have we put out a bid for a company to provide energy power to our power company. And I still think that maybe the contract was not even really thought through before they signed the contract, because now they during the day they charge in the power to the grid, but when they claim that the grid is too full with all of this solar panel rooftop, so they cannot put in all the power that they have. So they have to charge us for the curtailment, the power that they did not put in the grid, because they claim that it's too full. The grid is already full. So I think we're also thinking that maybe we got scammed with that solar company. So we'll look into that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further? The floor is still open. All right, with nothing further, please let us give our presenter a round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And what time do we have here? We're a little bit ahead of schedule, so one more recess. Okay. our General Assembly session. We'll now go ahead and proceed with the last presentation for day one of the General Assembly. And the topic of the presentation will be on our Commonwealth Health Corporation. And presenting on the topic is none other than the CEO of CHCC, Dr. Esther Muña.
Hafa and Tiro, everyone. Thank you for this wonderful opportunity to present to you what exactly is the Commonwealth Healthcare Corporation, which is our agency, our public health agency, and our only hospital in the CNMI. Next slide. So we have, I just wanted to present our vision, our mission, our values. It is focused not just on the hospital itself, but also on, public health, behavioral health. And we look at sustainability, we look at innovation, and equitable, comprehensive, culturally responsive services, right, to achieve accessible, I don't want to read everything, but it's high-quality, patient-centered services for the CNMI. Our mission is to provide comprehensive health services in the CNMI and promote healthy environments, and again, focusing on innovation, valuable and equitable services. Next slide. So CHCC is an integrated health system. It is run basically with the board of trustees appointed by the governor, and they appoint the CEO, which is also the health official for the CNMI, public health, specifically focusing on public health and behavioral health. We are the state agency for mental health services, so any plans and grants, we definitely apply through as an entity for the CNMI. So we have the Commonwealth Health Center Hospital. A lot of our people ask, why is it CHEC? When you think of healthcare, it's just one, why is it an extra C? Because the Commonwealth Health Center Hospital still is named that way, specifically for Medicare purposes. It is the hospital, so we wanted to kind of just separate, what CHEC and CHC hospital is. We do have outpatient clinics. We cover basically a lot of specialty clinics, family care, adult, women's and children, and we do have a cardiology clinic, oncology clinic, and we also have the Tinian Health Center and Rhoda Health Center, so we're also responsible for making sure that the services are available there. The specialty care clinics, we do have oral health and teledentistry in Rhoda and Tinian. And again, we have the dialysis center, that's 27 chairs, and with 6 days a week of services that we provide to the community. We have population health. This is where the integration really works, when you have the clinical portion working with the public health services that are provided in the community. So we have, mobile health unit, environmental health, disease prevention, women, WIC program is also under the population health. And we have administrative offices that focuses basically on grants management especially. We have revenue cycle, human resource procurement. All those are part of the mission, and the creation of CHEC is to really operate separately from the central government. Next slide, thank you. So in the health and the CNMI, we did have some births decline by 50% over the past 5 years. And one of the big reasons for that is really because of the tourism, birth tourism. That has stopped and has lowered, not completely stopped, but it has lowered in numbers. So the number has gone from 1,140 to 568. So you can imagine the number that has been coming to the CNMI for birth. Deaths slightly increased by 10% from 220 to 242. The top 5 causes of death are the heart disease and then cancer. And diabetes is a concern, of course, for everything, all the Pacific jurisdictions. And then you have the external causes, could be like for injuries, and then we have the respiratory diseases. Next slide. So again, just sharing what the 10 leading causes of death from specifically for January to September 2025. And it again is focusing on the circulatory system and the cancer. And we have, you know, it's always a concern, and we look at this data. We do have our vital statistics that record the number of deaths and exactly what is it for. It's definitely a concern, and is one of the reasons why in an integrated health system, you try to address it, you know, by basically looking at what is accessible for this community. Next slide. And I wanted to kind of highlight cancer. In the CNMI, there's definitely a lot here in the, it's happening a lot. And, you know, we're seeing that more often. But one of the things that, from the data that we are seeing, we are actually seeing more treatable and curable cancers because we are actually having more people come in for screening, and that's one of the highlights of the integrated health system, is to make sure that you have you know, the messaging and providing services through the mobile clinic. We do have a CARES program. I don't have a slide on it, but one of the things that we received through donation from a private funder is to have a CARES program, which is really promoting healthy, screening, cancer screening, especially with those with high risk. And it could be from your, from genetics, or from basically smoking or drinking. I mentioned yet earlier, the presenter said about it's very difficult to quit. That's definitely true, and we're seeing that a lot, you know, in this population. Next slide. So, sorry, just to. So there's also women in breast cancer, and that's one of the things that we're really trying to promote. We are the only ones with we do have the high technology of, you know, mammogram, and but the only thing is when it goes down, it's really, really concerning, at least for us, because that would mean that, you know, individuals have to wait, and you know, this is something that we really want to try to address as quickly as possible. So we do try to have redundancy for equipment in the hospital, but it's been, obviously it's very expensive, but that's one of the things that we really want to try to push for, is to have, when equipments go down, that there's something else available so that treatment and screening are definitely addressed. But it's pretty high. And then I also want to talk about oral cancer, and you know, during our population health summit, our oncologist presented on the high incidence of cancer, oral cancer here in the CNMI, but there's also treatment that he presented, which is really, we saw cures. You know, we're seeing a early screening, and with the treatment that he's, you know, presenting, working with USC Keck, they've been doing a lot of clinical trials, and that has really resulted in individuals that are actually cured when they come back. So we're hoping that we continue to support that, and in fact, Dr. Brett is going to be actually publishing you know, his study on this particular treatment. But you could see that the sex distribution is more on male, a young male, and also on between 40 to 50, 59 years old on the high distribution. The distribution of patients by the oral cancer, most of it is on the cheek, closer to the cheek. So you can tell that sometimes maybe, you know, the betel nut is what they call parked over there, you know, and so there's a higher incidence on that. And then of course you have the tongue, and then the ridge right here by your throat, and then others could be like right between your teeth, and then of course there's a palate, and then the floor of the mouth, and then the lip cancer. But these are our treatment that we basically when we send patients off island, we usually send them to Keck Hospital, which is again an entity organization that we already work with. Our ENT doctor actually works also with them on try to reduce the incidence of these cancers. There's also so we have the radiation done. We actually do telehealth already before the patient goes. They have a consultation with their doctor in Keck, and then that's when they're sent off island. And then when they come back, what we realized, and this is one of the reasons why we opened the oncology center, which is very, very expensive, but it's a treatment that, we rather pay for the expensive treatment than pay for something that doesn't work. Or, it's basically it's a question of ethics, right? Are we going to continue to provide this type of medicine when it doesn't work? So the expensive medicine is what we go for, and but it's really, we've seen very, very good health outcomes for for our patients. Next slide. And I also want to mention about the HPV vaccine. What you can see is this is data that was gathered by Public Health, and it shows that the CNMI does have high rates of getting the vaccine, and the vaccine basically prevents cancer, but specifically not for the oral cancer though. That is something that's really different, but we do have with other cancers, and we want to try to, as much as possible, to get the treatment or get the preventive vaccines for them. So we are seeing a very high rate of that, and it seems like it's very interesting culturally. When you think about it, the CNMI is really highly rated for that. Next slide. So CHCC is, one of the things that just wanted to present, that since we became a public health entity back in 1978, and here, we became a corporation. Governor Fitel and Lieutenant Governor Enos at the time signed into law to basically separate the Commonwealth of the Department of Public Health, which created the Commonwealth Healthcare Corporation, which is really just separate from as a line item away from the budget bill. So we are separate. We generate our own revenues. We do have challenges because there is a high indigent population and a lot of self-pay patients. Sometimes they're they're uninsured. But we try to make do with what we have, and we work with what basically what we can do as much as possible to try to, because the population is ours. We are definitely very committed to helping them. And so back in 2011, there wasn't not a lot of funding when we were separated. So what happened was there was a lot of issues with CMS. And that was back in 2011, but we actually, in 2012, there was a lot of immediate jeopardy that was cited for the hospital, and we turned it around. And since then, we have been getting a lot of certifications. Everything has been recertified. In fact, the last survey from CMS basically found 0 conditions for the hospital, and that was the first time since we've actually gotten something like that. But it took a lot of work from the staff and the management. So I just applaud for all the hard work they do. We are, because we are an integrated health system, we were part of the COVID-19. We're not just a hospital, but we are definitely part of the decision, working with the governor's office to try to minimize, the spread of COVID in the community, and that worked really, really well. And we also have made some expansions. We, through federal grants. One of the things that when we were operated as an autonomous agency, one of the things that we wanted to do is, we need to have insurance of at least a grants management office. So that grants management office is managed by Mr. Vince Camacho, and he's doing an excellent job. In fact, he just had a call with RMI. I told him, I said, whatever you can do to help the rest of the Pacific, that's what we're here for. So we do help as much as we can. He's very, very seasoned and very, very, very knowledgeable. So he's also works very, very well with the federal partners. And we did have a Medicaid shortfall back in 2023, and that was because for the first time, CNMI actually exceeded the cap of funding from Medicaid. And that was a problem, but a lot of advocacy and conversations with U.S. Congress, and we were actually given that $8.6 million eventually. And then back in 2022 with Public Law 2233, I remember this conversation with the late governor and the AG's office, the Attorney General, looking at why is the medical referral in a different under the governor's office. They said it belongs in the hospital, so we took it. We were concerned about funding because funding is always a challenge for us. But we took it anyway, and I think we have made a lot of stride to improve a lot of it at least, and we're still trying to make some more improvements along the way. Next slide. So one of the things, again, we mentioned about the grants. We have facilities total of $25 million that we received in grants. That's through solar projects, bringing savings on utilities. We have also paid for an electronic health record through the CIP and through public health infrastructure grants. And that's public health infrastructure grant is from a public health grant. But because we are integrated, we are able to do that. As again, data from the community is needed for public health. Well, data is collected at the front end with the hospital, right? So, and also the clinics. We've also made some patient room innovations through the CARES program. CARES Act. There's also peritoneal dialysis options for Tinian and Rhoda. However, we're also looking at possibly just bringing the clinic directly to these islands as well. And that's something that we're working on, but right now the grant that we receive particularly is for the peritoneal dialysis. And the idea is to try to offer education, a center for education and training for the patients so they understand how that works when they're doing their dialysis. Parking garage, I know it's, if you've driven at the hospital, sometimes it really bothers us, especially with the cost of gas when people are driving around trying to find parking. So we do have a parking, multi-level parking that has been granted from about $4 million that we're going to be basically building that, and it's going to be connected to the hospital. So we're waiting for the notice to proceed, but I think that we're getting there already, so construction will be starting soon. We have expanded our labs in all 3 islands. Basically we do CLIA testing, so CLIA basically, CMS CLIA did come in and really did a survey for all the 3 islands, and all 3 of them passed. So, but we are doing as much as we can to try to make sure that services are accessible really in these islands, because it's it's far, it's not far, but it's very, obviously there's water in between us, and we want to try to make sure that it's accessible. And we do have, through a very generous donation from a private funder, a foundation, an MRI and hyperbaric chamber facility that is in construction right now, and it's on the north side of the hospital, and that's in addition to a smaller donation that we're probably going to have in by December. It's a smaller MRI, but the idea is to try to get these tests available so that treatment can be readily for the patients, and treatment is not delayed. And we also received some funding for a medical supply warehouse. And right now, the medical supply warehouse is located in a low-lying area, and our goal is to try to bring it up to right across the hospital. Next slide. We also received a lot of funding. The amount I don't have, but I know it's quite a lot for it's medical equipment. We receive from Pyxis medication stations. That's one of them right there. Lithotripsy for kidney stones. We try to zap them before if they can be zapped, then great. If not, then we'll send them off island. But you know, a lot of these things that we purchase and we really focus on getting these grants is really to try to get the treatment on island, because we all know that, especially when patients you know, they would prefer to have their family. I mean, we're all, you know, it's a familial culture, right? So to have someone, you know, your family with you while you're getting these treatment, it's important. So that's one of the things that we're just focusing to try to make sure and see how we can get it. We have been adding some new monitors. We have some, you know, basically trying to do meniscal repair, which is something we didn't do before. So we are adding services. If we have the equipment, the provider can do it. We will try, you know, we'll get the, work on that. It's a committee in our department that basically takes a look at what is available, and if it's something that is reasonable, then we will go ahead and get it. And it's also, we look at the revenue part, right? If it's available, how do we make sure that we can actually bill for it and make, you know, get the return on our investment? We do have 120, we do have 2 CT scans in our hospital, and again, we talk about redundancy. We want to make sure that when equipment goes down, in fact, one equipment did go down, and so we were so fortunate to have the other CT scan available. Again, you know, these equipments are very necessary. And then we had additional Pixel lab equipment for Rhoda. So these are all things that we're just kind of like, and these are coming from grants and foundations. Thank you. Next one. So just a listing of all the certifications of CMS and CLIA. Successfully done that, and we're very proud of the work of our team. Next. I want to talk also about, you know, the legislature has been very, very just exceptional in partnership. You know, some of these laws, like warning labels, I mean, on betel nut products, I mean, those are things that really, really do, you know, we really value them, right? Like, it's like we need to make people understand that when they're purchasing an item, they need to know what it's about, right? That it can't harm them. You know, yes, it's difficult to stop, but, you know, the messaging, I think, needs to be there. So we appreciate that. Public Bill 2402. Thank you, Marissa. Was it you? BJ. Oh, BJ. I know. Yeah. Thank you, BJ. He's here? No. We also have. Oh, thank you. We have also the one of the things that we did was also the licensure for physicians from foreign countries with the work with the licensing board. We worked with them to try to get that passed, and it became law, basically. And we're right now we have one oncologist from Vietnam, one physician from the Philippines for Rhoda, I believe Rhoda, and the other one is we also have a Japanese nephrologists that's you know, we're working on to try to get them licensed. And you know, those are things that, because of this new law, the licensure has already been given. It's just a matter of trying to get them to come to the CNMI. And utilities is you know, just, what can I say about utilities? It's very expensive, right? So we really appreciate the reduction on that rate. Again, on our goal, I mean, we are an integrated health system. We focus on drugs and also, you know, mental health. So those are things that are one of our high priorities of trying to get things done. And we appreciate these laws that have been created. We also had the charitable foundation, the creation of that. It's just new, but you know, even though we are, you know, you can get tax credit from donating to CHEC, we would like to focus on making sure that this foundation, and this foundation is not just for CHEC, it's for the entire CNMI. So anyone, you know, if there's a presentation, someone wants to, let's say, for example, needs donation, they can present it to the foundation, and the foundation can work on it, you know. So that's something that, again, it's the overall health of the CNMI. then you have the coverage and payments, the council, opioid council, and of course some funds that were created. This is from the 23 and the 24th legislature. Next slide. And I wanted to talk about this one too, because we've been advocating again for the $8.6 million that I mentioned earlier about the shortfall. A lot of advocacy and a lot of visits to lawmakers, U.S. Congress, even the White House, to try to say, hey, this $8.6 million is a shortfall. And this is something where to be actually in a continuing resolution, law for the federal government that basically put 27 million, right? For the CNMI specifically because of that shortfall. And out of the $27 million, 8.6 went to the hospital. So the next slide. So one of the key risks and challenges, we continue to, as much as we can, especially when we're treating a lot of indigent population, it is, there is funding gaps, and I want to explain about the CPE methodology. So CHEC gets reimbursed on the hospital side only the federal portion. We don't get the local portion. So there is that shortfall, and when we say 83%, that's 83% of costs, not charges. So whatever our cost is, even though we bill Medicare, let's say $100, but our cost is $83, we're going to get only 83% of that $83 and not the $100. So it is still a gap. There's a lot of gaps. But that's where we look at working with public health. We're working with CGC, which is the Community Guidance Health Center for Mental Health, to look at, well, what are those grants that we actually received, and does that support training for our medical team? Does it support, like for example, pain management? Something we didn't even think about, but looking at CGC grants, we were actually able to support the pain management clinic, which we basically built up just recently. And of course, I think that's all over. The workforce strain, after post-COVID, there's been it's getting very, very difficult to recruit. There's physicians and healthcare providers that have quit after COVID, and they get more expensive. Very difficult to recruit them. But we're very lucky when we get them, and we're very, very fortunate in how they really are very committed to helping this community, and that's the most important thing, I think. We also look at, of course, the grant federal. There's possible cuts that we're looking at, so we're monitoring that. The HHS grants, and of course Medicaid. What we understand so far, based on our conversation back in February of this year, is that Medicaid is not going to be touched for the territories, which is great, but that really excludes us in the rural, and a lot of it just being discussed about the Rural Health Transformation Grant. But as I was mentioning to our delegate, that there's a possibility, maybe, you're talking about $50 billion for rural transformation grant. That would be like $1 billion for every state. They maybe not be so palatable for Congress, but maybe then consider something that could be palatable and could be workable for the territories, right? So that's one of the things that we're just kind of like advocating and saying, hey, think about that, and provide some transformation for this territories. Coverage limits, fixed federal cap, that's been something that we've already, we've been kind of highlighting about the fact that I think there needs to be a redetermination of the amount of money that came to the CNMI. The CNMI is the recipient of the lowest amount of cap funding. Everyone else, for example, in the same population, for American Samoa, they have $20 million more than what the CNMI was granted in the cap funding. And so there's been discussions on that about, take a look at that, because I think a lot of it really was based on the medical referral costs that was not incorporated into the presentation when they were asking for money. And so yeah, these are things that we're definitely working at, but it's a challenge. So, great thing about it, some of these grants, with the help of grants and foundations, we are getting our new EHR. We should be going live next year in October, and it is a Meditech Expanse, which is a smaller version of Epic. Epic is like #1, but they require, they want a bigger bed, and we're only 76 beds, so they don't even want to have a conversation with us on that. So Meditech is #3, Cerner and Oracle slash Oracle is #2. So we're getting one of the top 3, basically the third EHR, and it's the Expanse version. And there's Meditech, and there's Meditech Expanse. We're going straight to the Expanse version, which is again one of the best. I think that will be really helpful in gathering data, basically making sure that we also be able to bill in a better, timely and more accurately, and capture those revenues as much as we can, as well as making sure that it's basically friendly and so patient to improve the patient experience. We also want to increase reimbursement for Medicaid by expanding spa coverage. There's quite a few things that are excluded in our current state plan, and that's been in a discussion with Medicaid right now, is to see how we can add some more of those services, because the reason why they're excluded is because we haven't kept funding, right? So they're focusing on treatment, they're focusing on things that just doesn't, we need to be able to provide all the services that we provide that it can be reimbursed. So one of the things that we're in discussion. We're also looking at dialysis. Again, I mentioned earlier about dialysis in Tinian and Rhoda. Not just a PD option, but actually have a clinic there, and we're working on it. Senator Jude. Improve collections and revenue, of course. We're also trying to see, it is getting very difficult to recruit and retain personnel, so we need to figure out, to see how we can make it more competitive. And again, it's really about the money, right? We've expanded pain management clinic. We've literally trained 2 of our homegrown individuals, CRNAs that are doing the pain management clinic. We trained them, we invested on training them, and now we're getting them to be able to actually provide that service to this community. And a lot of it, especially the veterans, appreciate this service. It's available now on island. And of course, again, we should be having our opening sometime next year for our new MRI and hyperbaric chamber facility. The funding that we received from the grantor was not only just for the building and the equipment, was actually for the first year of operations costs. So that was something that we wanted to put in the grant application. And we have gotten rural health clinic designation for Tinian and Rhoda, and that again in itself is also supposed to come back and basically provide better reimbursement rate for the 2 clinics that are in Rhoda and Tinian. And just kind of mention about the health network program. It used to be called the medical referral. People still call it medical referral. But we provide, subsistence, lodging, and ground transportation, air transportation to Guam, Hawaii, LA, and San Diego. We're looking at expanding even to Washington State and Oregon. And basically because the reason why, because we hear a lot of the patients some of the patients actually don't necessarily qualify for the benefits, but having to be able to go to someplace where families there, that's been a lot of ask from the community. So we're trying to and we call it network because we want to be able to, with Medicaid, to be able to make sure that these facilities are something that, number one, they can give us the best rate, they can provide, good, great experience, patient experience for our community, for our patients. And next slide, sorry. And since we've taken over the program, just wanted to highlight that, the expenditure of the HMP was actually $19 million a year, an average, and we had reduced it to $9 million a year. So that was something that we we did. Next. In Medicaid, I just want to mention about Medicaid also, for the CNMI and the territories, Section 1108 funding is capped, at least for CNMI, 66 million, and then it increased annually with based on market rate. And there's CHIP funding, that's for the children, that's different, that's separate, and it's based on allotment from the Congress. And then freely associated citizens are considered a new Medicaid mandatory eligibility pathway, and they're not subject to the annual federal Medicaid capped funding that is otherwise applicable in the territory. So if they're here, they're not touching the 1108 funding. They're basically we're getting reimbursed through that other bucket of money. But the match, the FMAP is still the same, just like, which is 83.17%. Next slide. And just kind of show you the Medicaid financing. So again, for CHEC, we are paid only federal, and this is over the years, 242 million, 116 was a local share, but at the end of the day, we're not asking for that, and it's something that we commit anyway based on our own costs. So it is based on our costs. So again, it's just a match, and that's part of the methodology. But we would not be able to draw 242 million if we were not under the CPE methodology. So we were, in a way, that's actually okay for us. So next slide. Just for, I think this is my final slide, but I just wanted to bring up some regional considerations on the telehealth, remote second opinion. I mean, right now, that's not necessarily billable. I mean, it's very difficult when you're asking, let's say, for example, a provider in USC CACT wants to provide a service to telehealth. It's what they call remote second opinion, which is coming in to provide a consultation, and this is between them, and the patient. And because they are not licensed here, of course, that's a little bit tricky. Is that because they're not licensed here, they can't bill for the service directly to insurances. So what they do is they charge us for it, and that's what the HMP program actually pays for. So just want to mention about the telehealth. There's different ways to make it work, and that's just one gap. I think that's where how to resolve that. There's also collaboration. I was thinking about this because there is an existence of what they call the interstate agreements. That's for reciprocal coverage, and this is, for example, like if it's a matter of residency, right? You can't apply to another. Let's say patient goes to Guam for treatment, or let's say go to U.S. California for radiation, and it's there for months and months and months. They're using the Medicaid locally here, right? But if there's an interstate agreement that the services are provided in California, then that patient can actually apply and be eligible without necessarily risking their loss of their Medicaid in the CNMI. I mean, of course, they won't be able to use it there, but while they're being treated in California, they could, if with that agreement, they could be able to try to see if they could get covered using California funds instead of CNMI funds that are capped, right? So just a thought. Global health training centers, I know that I've been having discussions with some hospitals about, and also universities to include global health. Global health used to be a course through the Hillblom Foundation that had provided that services, so the residents would come to the CNMI and be able to provide services. So that something that unfortunately, Hillblom Foundation doesn't provide that funding anymore, but when they did, they were able to bring the residents here and train here, so they could train in basically any place that if it's something that could be funded. IT infrastructure and data modernization, it's all about data, right? I mean, we want to try to see how we can basically improve our data collection so that we can just make improvements along the way. And I've had discussions with FSM about this. This is about access to cancer treatment. So again, we mentioned about freely associated states do not have capped funding. They also can't access their Medicaid in the country, but they can access Medicaid when they're in the U.S. territory or in a state. So if there's a way where they can basically go through the health system, through the CNMI or Guam, and be able to get initial treatment, and then that basically provide that pathway to them so that they can have their Medicaid. Because if they do go to the territory, they could actually probably qualify for Medicaid, right? And so they could be able to take that Medicaid and be able to use. And that could be savings for some. I know that a lot of the freely associated states, they have some funding for that separately, but that would be the savings for that. So anyway, just throwing in some ideas, and I'm here for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO Muña. The floor is open for questions. I recognize Senator Tello.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ms. Muña, thank you so much for that presentation. Very impressive.
Thank you.
And your foresight and try to move forward with other health facilities to provide the equipment needed, the telemedicine. Maybe CNMI can go into medical tourism, if you get these facilities. I mean, it's an option. Many of our islanders, prefer to stay as close to home as possible.
Yeah.
So I hope that one day, Guam, if we lack certain things, that we know we can just hop on a plane and come to CNMI to get medical care. And I hope that happens very soon. And the way your presentation shows that you are going in that direction. So I recently introduced legislation. I wish I had known that you had passed a bill earlier. I think it's Public Law 2333 or
the foreign licensure?
Yes, foreign licensure. I just recently did that. So my question to you now is, as we're moving through the process of it, having a public hearing and then going through the process, you had the medical examiners, or you had a certain group to create the guidelines and rules and regulations. Now, this was passed in January 10th, 2025, and we are here today. How far along are you with that legislation becoming, it's a reality today, but, to be able to utilize it?
Thank you for that question. And yeah, you're right. We do, when we get our MRI, please come to the CNMI for that, in the hyperbaric chamber. In fact, there was one time when the Guam, I think, had 2 of their MRIs down at one time, and we're like, oh man, if we only had ours running. But anyway, thank you for your question. It's been approved already. The regulations have been changed, and that's why they have licensed these individuals, and it's just a process for us to offer them. So we've made an offer, and we're getting them, trying to get them literally to come to a U.S. territory, right? So it does require some type of visa, and that we're working with actually a Guam immigration attorney, Bowman and Chu, and they're the ones who are they're helping us with that.
Oh, excellent. So I asked, maybe we can talk later, and if you can show me their rules and regulations that they created.
Sure.
It's going to be very helpful as we have a public hearing for this bill to do the same. So thank you again for that very impressive presentation.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions? Recognize Pohnpei.
Thank you, Mr. President. Requesting permission by the directors, if I can speak. Okay, I have received the permission. Madam President, nice seeing you again. And we'll see you in Pohnpei when we host the Piper, right? Different vocabulary, so don't worry about it, Mr. President. Foremost, on behalf of FAS, COFA, we offer our congratulations to you. Keep up the good work. Number 2, we are pretty much interested in establishing a medical referral scenario system of some sort. It is cheaper for us to come to Guam and here, where their relatives are, instead of going to Hawaii or America where we don't know anybody out there. And the cost is number one. Number two comes for the weather. In America, we say La Nina in the winter. We frozen from the island. So we will seriously approach you in establishing an engagement. I know you're married, but not engagement of getting married, but that we have a partnership of referral, so that for better health care for us freely associated states. MRI. On behalf of the two directors, official directors of Palm Bay Legislature into 42nd APIL, I would like to inform you that we enacted and signed into law a diagnostic center. And one of the struggles that FSM, I will say, and RMI, and Nauru and Kiribati, is for us to team up to see if we can have a diagnostic center in Pohnpei, the center location of MRI is an issue. So with your permission, can we meet later on? Not tonight, because I'm married, so we'll talk tomorrow. On a serious note, because you did a very good job, leave your door open. I just want to announce that my wife died last night, and I am looking.
Oh my goodness.
So,
Bye.
Mr. President, I yield.
Thank you, Pohnpei. Any further questions for the CEO? With nothing further, let's give her another round of applause.
Thank you.
All right, colleagues, that concludes day one of the General Assembly. We will recess until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.